Are you donating it? Okay. All right. Good. That's fine. I think you can handle that. Are we ready, Madam Clerk? Okay, great. So let's call to order our regular commission meeting for today's Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024, and it is 6:06 PM. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll for us?
Mayor Groff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
Here.
Commissioner Amsler, Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Samara.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do the pledge, please. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with our additions, deletions, and withdrawals. I did hear from Commissioner Amsler. She's running a little late. She asked if we could remove or pull from the agenda item. Give me one second. Let me just get there. 12D.
Boy,
D is in Delta, sorry.
is that her item?
It is, yep. So she asked if we could withdraw it.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and withdraw 12A and C for the time being as well. I have one question about one of the items on the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda 9I, the minutes for September 26th, I didn't have anything on backup for that.
Sorry, sir.
9I on the consent, it's the minutes for December 26th, the final budget hearing. I didn't have any minutes on the backup for that one. Okay, so we'll withdraw that from consent and from the agenda for this month, correct? Okay. Any others?
I have a couple of things.
Go ahead.
9A, it's on consent. There's no attachment for us to look at. It's the FDOT landscaping plan. It says the plan would be attached and there's a new design there that I wanted to look at.
Mr. Mayor,
Go
that,
ahead.
um,
Sorry, I missed that one.
the manager and I are asking that be withdrawn until January. We were waiting for the agreement to come back from the county. There was some modifications that we proposed that the county agreed to yesterday afternoon, so we're just
Are
asking.
we talking about the same item? The one I'm talking about is FDOT. It's a state.
I said the county, excuse me, I meant from.
State, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm talking about 9A, the reso for
For 6th Avenue.
MMOA. Yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir.
That one. Also 9B. Pamela, I texted you. You and I were texting earlier about that. Is that in fact a conflict? Do we need to pull that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we need to pull 9B for discussion, one of the dates that there's a conflict. 9D and E. We don't need to discuss them except that there's a budget impact that I think when there's a budget impact on something that we're not expecting, I think it should not be pushed through consent and we should just acknowledge it. So I'd like to talk about them really quickly.
That was D&E, right?
D and E. 9I, oh, that's the one you said, Jonathan. 12C seems to be a duplicate of 12A. Oh, you pulled them both. Never mind. Ryan, you're still cool with us combining our two budget items? Yep. So we'll combine his and mine. And I'm going to pull 12J unless it was my item, unless somebody wants to keep it. I'm sorry, it's mine. It will be the new 12J when we reorder things after. Yeah. So my item,
I? Okay.
yes. What was the item called? Legislative priorities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's, okay.
I renumber them when I
Okay,
adjust.
You're
Yeah. I'm
withdrawing,
going to pull that unless somebody wants to discuss it.
I mean, you're withdrawing it.
And we were combining, I know it was the two budget ones, G and H, 12G and H. Okay. I think I got them. Anybody else? Good, okay. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion to approve as amended.
Second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Okay, so we have a couple of presentations. We have our lobbyist, David Concerta, here somewhere. There he is. So, David, you're first up on our presentation. So, whatever you'd like to bring to our attention to discuss, the floor is yours.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Sure.
Well, I asked our state lobbyist to be here this evening with us to talk about our legislative priorities for the upcoming legislative session. As you know, the legislative session begins in March, but the committees start to meet as early as December. So we wanted to bring in our David to talk this evening about what those legislative priorities would be for 2025, and to and make sure that we're all on the same page. And then he'll brief us about what's coming up on this upcoming session, and also about legislative days, which is important for a representative from the village to attend, and to be there with our state lobbyists to go around and meet with all the elected officials, state reps, state senators, to talk about the issues in Biscayne Park, to make sure that they're very aware of what's going on here.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Manager. So, Mr. Concerta?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and the incredible residents of the village. My name is Dave Caserta. I'm your government relations specialist, and have actually been very proud to have represented you for many, many, many years. And it's been a wonderful opportunity and a wonderful time, and we've had some great success along the way. And it's because you've had some great commissions come along the pike and do the right thing and do what's necessary to make things happen here in the village. And tonight, as your manager had suggested, is sort of like I would call a workshop. And it's usually a preliminary kind of a meeting that you have before we get into the actual legislative session. And the purpose of it is for all of you to be able to discuss, amongst yourselves, priorities, things that you would look to try to get funded up in Tallahassee, because each year we try to offer one or two projects for funding. We've had some great success over the years. We've lost a few here and there, but so has everyone else. It's the name of the game. But we keep pushing. But this is an opportunity for all of you to talk amongst each other as well, and get a gauge onto what kind of things you would like to see, us try to effectuate up in Tallahassee from an appropriation standpoint. There is a process that we always have to follow, as the manager had suggested. The session will begin March 4th, and prior to that, because it's a 60-day session, it's very difficult to get all of your meetings crammed into 60 days, so they begin the process a lot earlier. In fact, this week and next week, folks are up there just going through some what you would call schooling for the newcomers. They get trained on how to be aides and how to be legislators and the processes that are involved. And it's in a time also for the speaker and president to outline their guidelines as to how things are going to operate. And each year you're going to have some nuances that will change. And this year, speaker and the president have made some changes, nothing major. So pretty much everything will be moving forward as always has been. With regards to, I know I've talked about appropriations, you have policy issues that, for whatever reason, cities and counties are usually targeted up in Tallahassee every year. As you can imagine, hundreds of pieces of legislation always come out. Only a few end up passing, many of them watered down, some of them having a negative impact, but it's our job to band together with the other communities. You have the Florida League of Cities, which represents the cities up there, and we work very closely over the years. For the past 30 years, I've worked very closely with them in engaging on issues, and we all try to do our best to stop the bloodbath, as you would call it, up there every once in a while. And I think we've all done a great job over the years. So what to expect is probably January. They'll start meeting up probably 2-3 weeks out of January. They'll start having committee meetings. A lot of bills will start getting presented. They'll have deadlines for bills. Each legislator will get to file their own bills. They'll get reviewed. They'll go through committees. Usually many of them will go through 2 or 3 committees. And that's when we follow and give our input whether it's as a body or as a working with the Florida League. And then as the process moves forward, you know, anything that positively impacts us, we support. And anything that negatively impacts us, we try to do our best to water it down, at least from my standpoint. I've always, you know, tried to use the size of our community as leverage in trying to exempt us from a lot of different things that come about, and that's usually been very successful as well. So, you know, it's going to be another legislative session. We had a big election come up, so there's a lot of newcomers. There's a lot of folks that that are going to be new to this process. During the campaign, you know, we've had an opportunity to speak with them and talk to them about issues as well. So a lot of them, you know, are aware of things. But now is the time when we get to actually sit down and talk with them. And that's where the manager had suggested. It's always nice to have an opportunity for some of you to be able to come up and join me up there. Because you're going to get to see the process that we have to deal with. And it is a process that you've never seen before. I know everybody can see it from here and they're like, how bad can it be? It gets rough up there. But it also gives you an opportunity to see, you know, the things that can be done, because a lot of those folks like to hear from the horse's mouth. They like to hear from the communities themselves when we're talking about a water project or when we're talking about a road construction or whatever it might be. You know, they want to hear from one of the commissioners, the mayor, the vice mayor, whoever it may be, the manager, about the project itself, because no one knows the project better than you all. And so I've had a lot of positive impact when folks come up to pitch as well. So I always recommend at least getting up there at least once. I know Al said days. It's a great time, but I also suggest if you're only going to be up once, I try to get you there maybe a little earlier than that, only because it gives you time to spend, because days, everyone's there. And it's a limited amount, and they're seeing everybody, and they're like, by the end of the day, they're going crazy. So if we can get an opportunity to get some real good time for a day or two, I think that would be very beneficial. That's only if you all are able to come up, you know, one time. So that would be my suggestion as to, you know, the process that we follow from a legislative standpoint. Is nothing's changed. It's the same process has been in existence, and we just have to get through it. But what will change each year is priorities. And so I'm sure, you know, over the year you've all had an opportunity to start thinking about things that, you know, you're looking for here for the community. When we deal with appropriations issues, you have to also understand that we deal with matching funds. The state always likes to see at least a 50% match, which is why over the years, you'll notice that, you know, a lot of what we request are reasonable numbers, and anywhere between $200,000 and $600,000, because that is what the village has been able to match. And so it's, you know, you can't just ask for $1 million and have no match for 500,000. Even though we did pull a coup one year, and that was for the building of the municipal building. We were able to get $1 million, and I don't think we had a really big match for that. So that was a very successful year, and also the renovations for this incredible facility as well. So with that, I mean, I'm open for questions, but I'm also open to hear from everybody to hear about some of your needs, wish lists, and you know, maybe some things also might not be handled by the state, might be handled by the county, which I know a couple of things have been handled by the county so far, and the commissioner for this district. So with that, I can open the floor, and anybody can talk amongst each other, ask me questions, or.
So David, thanks for coming and giving us the update. I know this is right before the session starts. You said January is when things kind of get started. When is it around, like when in January?
Well, it'll be the
Approximately.
second week in
Second
January.
week in
That's when the first meetings will begin. And the appropriations will have a process. They usually have a form that comes out for the House and Senate that has to get filled out. I assume that's going to be out towards the end of December, maybe early January, but whenever it is, it's good to start thinking about your projects now so that you can put together, if you follow the form from last year, which I'll send manager as well, you'll probably have the same information that's going to be required, so you can put all that together so that when the new form comes in, it'll be relatively easy to fill out and complete, because I always like to get our projects in early, so this way they know we're serious, that we're prepared, and then obviously we have to go through the process of getting sponsors on the House and Senate for those projects.
Yeah, I'm curious because I'm thinking about timing because, we had the item, but this sounds like kind of a larger, kind of longer discussion. I think that we probably, I mean, I'd like to spend maybe just a whole session just on this. I don't know that spending like 15 minutes or so is enough time. I think it's important. I know that we've talked a lot. I think it's important to have a presence up there, certainly. Um, I do have a couple of questions kind of about, um, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is what got vetoed for us, the drainage project. I mean, that's kind of the first forefront thing that I think about is drainage projects for us and how we rely heavily on the state and for appropriations for help there.
So-
And I know that the makeup of the legislature kind of also drives certain areas, water and flooding being one of them. But I don't even know if kind of launching in that discussion now is going to be very fruitful. I don't know that we're going to have enough time to really kind of dig into it.
Well, I think it's important what you just mentioned, like, for example, the drainage project. And in fact, last year, I was adamant about, certain projects. A lot of the state likes to see shovel-ready projects. For whatever reason, the project that was put in was a design kind of phase. So you got to imagine if you're a business, and the state will think like this as well. Okay, you're asking for $350,000. You're going to put up 300. What happens if that doesn't get built? I just wasted $350,000. I want to know that the project is ready to go and is being built so that the money I'm contributing it to is actually going to help facilitate change in the community. So that was one of the big reasons. And I had mentioned that prior, that was going to be a big issue. We were able to get it to the end, but once again, when the leader of the state, looks at it and says, "Wait a minute, we got to put money back in the coffers. This is the kind of monies we got to put back." So I would focus, on water projects, but that are actually ready to go. In fact, we've had success in the past on several of those. We've had different phases of projects that have had success. So, I would look at that. I know in talks with many of you, recreation is important here. Those are, potentially good projects to take a look at. Funding as well. I think you've got a couple projects that are ready to go potentially on that. So just throwing out a few thoughts and to respond to your question as to why last year.
Yeah, certainly. So I think,
May I add something to what you?
sure, yeah, of course.
And I'm going to try to hopefully make this be a lot shorter because it's a very important topic. I've been advocating for this for a
Yes, you
number of
have.
years for us to get more involved and be
Absolutely.
more proactive and actually have a plan. I don't think we're prepared to do this tonight. It's on our agenda as a presentation with no backup. No clue that anyone would be asking us for input like this. This merits a separate meeting, like you said, where we sit down and all of us bring our ideas and we prioritize and figure out what we want and time it properly so David can chase down money for us. But I don't think we can do this tonight. I'm not prepared.
No, no, I agree that it's probably not something that we comprehensively attack tonight. But I think one of the things that we take away from this is that we focus on things that have designs and are kind of shovel ready, because that kind of helps us separate which items we have a better shot at getting funding from.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the second week in January. We do have one more meeting, at least one more regular agenda meeting or regular January meeting before that time period. So maybe between now and then, when we would potentially be joining you in Tallahassee, we can either get something, a separate meeting on the books where we can kind of prioritize these things, or, dedicate a little bit more time in our January meeting to it, so we can be a little more organized in what we present to you. But that information, I think, is helpful from my perspective to know what we want to focus on and what we can put to the forefront to have a better shot at funding. So I
We've
think
always
that's the
been told
takeaway.
that we need shovel-ready projects to go after money like this for, so that's not a surprise either. But I agree with you that I think it needs to be a separate meeting. We need to hash this out, have our CIP in front of us, and go through there and find what makes most sense for us. We have a big agenda tonight, and
Yes.
that's not something I was prepared to do.
Yeah.
So I think, unless there's any other questions.
This is vitally important, and I would love to dedicate more time to this. If we could get a
Absolutely.
separate meeting, a workshop, a dedicated workshop to this, that'd be great for.
Yeah, and in fact, that I think was the whole idea behind the invitation tonight, was just to share with you what's coming up and the fact that I think it's important, and Commissioner has over the years consistently been requesting, workshops, which that's a process that you always use in this process to determine, because the council has to come together and agree on this is our priorities. And so.
We have two agenda items tonight. Ryan has one for that. and I have one about the different revenue streams that are about this. So I think we need to get our heads on that.
That'll be a good side kind of way into this. So
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best way to do this. The information presented is helpful. We appreciate you being here, and I think we'll talk about getting another session on schedule to focus just on this.
Absolutely, and like I've always done, you could, share your priorities too with me, call me at any time, and then through the manager, I will go ahead and move forward and accomplish the goals that you all are looking to accomplish here, and make suggestions on things that might not be able to get taken care of at the state level, just sort of maybe guide you as to where you possibly can get some assistance in those as well.
Excellent.
I want to know basically, since I wasn't on the commission, what is the process for if a commissioner wants to attend? How many commissioners are allowed to go and so on?
Go to Tallahassee?
Yes.
I don't think that there's a restriction. I think that that's up to something
So-
that we would,
Something we should discuss.
yeah.
We need to organize the whole topic.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's part of that conversation, Commissioner, so it's a good point to bring up.
Yeah.
And I think that should be the focus.
Yeah, you'll see many, some cities send everybody, some send half, but when we're up in meetings up there, obviously there's restrictions because we can't have, two people meeting together in any of the rooms. So you'll see that as we do our meetings, if there's a bunch of folks up there, I'll have the manager sit in with one, and then we'll come in, they'll talk about that issue, then we'll go to another meeting, another person will get an opportunity to share so that we maintain and stay within the laws of the state of Florida as well.
Perfect. Well, David, thanks so much for the time. We appreciate you being here, and we'll keep in touch with you about getting that together and
Look
going up.
forward to
hopefully in
working
January.
for everybody again and having another successful year, so.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, David.
Okay, so that's 5A. So let's go on to our 5B, which is our report from our police department. So Chief, thanks for being with us.
Mayor, as the chief is walking up to the podium, so we're, each month, we're gonna have a different department make a presentation. This month is the police department. Next month, we've already scheduled the finance department.
Great.
May I say one piece of follow-up to that? If possible, could we have something on the backup for us to study in advance? It's always helpful to me if there's something we can look at in advance.
There's his PowerPoint presentation should be part of it.
It's not on the agenda. His monthly report is, but this, what he's about to show us is not. But it would help if I had something to look at. You have it on your?
No,
Got the monthly one.
correct.
Commission, Mr.
Chief,
Mayor,
thanks. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Manager. So I prepared a PowerPoint presentation. After that, we did get the agenda from Commissioner Amsler on some of the other questions. So I kind of tailored what we covered to be able to answer a lot of the questions and hopefully answer any questions that the commission has or any of the residents have. So in the Biscayne Park Police Department, our mission and vision statement haven't changed at all. We kind of pushing the same transparency, getting out there, connecting and reconnecting with the residents and fixing a lot of where we've been in the past. One of the questions that was brought up a lot of times is the organizational structure within the agency. So I wanted to kind of cover that real quick so everybody understands how we're made up right now and how everything is broken down. So right now we have a chief of police that runs the agency, and then we have right this second 3 captains. One's a full-time captain that runs administration, and then we have a patrol captain, which is part-time, and investigation captain part-time. The investigation captain position will be the captain gave his resignation, so his last day will be on the 5th. Once that position is vacant, we are not going to fill it back with a captain. The investigation duties will roll over to the administrative captain, which is full-time, and he'll kind of cover both areas. That position, once we get everything aligned, will become a part-time sergeant's position to help to make sure that we have proper staffing on all shifts. So with the assistance of the manager, from now on, every shift will have a supervisor out 24/7, 7 days a week to make sure that we have a little bit more managing cover over our personnel. It's going to get a little bit easier once the PBA contract is ratified, because right now they're corporals technically instead of sergeants. So the leadership that they have there, that's really just a police officer with special duties of the chief, and they don't get compensated or paid anything additional to supervise. So once that's fixed and we get that through, it'll be a little bit cleaner there, but we'll have 4 full-time sergeants. That will be one on each shift, Alpha, Bravo, Delta, and Charlie shift, which we run 12-hour shifts, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Wednesdays are kind of like, for us, is similar to a fire department Kelly day. Those are 8-hour days, and they work every other one, so there's a gap. So the part-time sergeant position would cover Wednesdays to make sure we have adequate coverage. And then if any coverage for vacation or sick or anything comes up, we could move the part-time around to kind of make sure we cover without affecting overtime. We also have 4 full-time police officer positions, and they're on the same shifts as their sergeant. The other full-time position would be a detective. Right now, the position is vacant. We are in the process of filling it once we kind of get all our policies and everything in line. And that's a full-time detached to the Homeland Security and to the El Dorado Task Force, which is a international money laundering task force here in South Florida. We also have an additional 3 part-time police officers that fill in the vacant positions, especially Wednesdays and kind of throughout. And then we have 2 traffic positions part-time. One is filled, one is vacant. We are in the process of doing backgrounds and looking into filling the additional position. We also have, the rest of everyone else that works in the department is a reserve officer. We have approximately 20 reserve officers and 3 reserve detectives. Our on-call detectives respond out. We have 1 police officer / detective. He's kind of helping out. We took the recommendations in the budget workshops, and we kind of gave a little bit of dual roles to a patrol officer to help kind of cover some of the initial investigative steps to reduce overtime and call-outs. So that's kind of the breakdown of the org chart on the personnel that we have. Within that, our specialized units in the traffic area, because our biggest complaints are traffic enforcement, community policing, crime rates, and medical responses. Those are our 4 major areas of concern in the police department. So out of the specialized units, we have 2 part-time traffic enforcement officers, and we have 2 reserve motorcycle officers. We have 1 full-time officer that is motor certified. So he's going to start taking the motors out a little bit when we have a fat day with coverage and getting the motors out there a little bit more frequent. We're also looking at sending one of the sergeants that oversees traffic to motor school to kind of help out with the traffic and engaging more. We have a village resource officer, which is a reserve. His primary duties is community relations and outreach. He's kind of running our new campaign, which is Better Together, a United Community campaign, reaching out to the elderly and the senior citizens within our area concern list. He's also coordinating with the North Miami our nonprofit programs and working closely with our rec department to get out there and start engaging a little bit more and following up and calling and stopping out with the residents. Starting this week, he's also going to call case numbers out when he does welfare checks. We're going to start conducting a little bit more welfare checks and just going out and talking to our communities and kind of keeping track of record of what's going on so that they're there to help and see what we can do. We also have a police athletic league reserve officer. In the past, we'd never really had a PAL program, but it was more of like community relation with the kids at the park. I've been speaking with Director Isa over at the rec center, and we're going to see if we can kind of correlate and what we can do for an Explorer program or a PAL program to kind of push out a little bit more connection with the youth in our police department. Additionally, out of the reserves, these are just extra duties. These aren't full-time duties, but we have 2 firearms instructors. We now have 3 ASHE basic life support, which is CPR AED instructors. They certify all the police officers, but they're also rolling out, they're going to start getting out to the rec center and to Public Works to get them certified also in basic life support measures in case they have to engage with citizens. We have a defensive tactics instructor, a vehicle operations instructor, and a all-around first aid instructor. We're also blessed, one of our reserve officers is a battalion chief with fire rescue in Broward, so he has a lot of first aid experience and everything like that and kind of helps out. And then we've also probably eventually tap in with the commissioner to see if he can help out with some first aid training. Eventually, he doesn't know yet, but. So with our community engagement and outreach, we've gone through the entire elderly list and special needs list and reached out to everyone on those lists, either physically or by phones. We've got new contact numbers. We've added new people to the list. We are reaching out and trying to figure out new ways to kind of get out there. We're looking at some QR codes and some business cards to get people to sign up. So we want people to engage and get it on there. We've talked to a lot of neighbors that say, hey, you should check on this neighbor. And that's kind of going the door to door and start getting out there and talking. We found a lot more people that our support or our community relations can help out. Specifically, we found one veteran that's losing a little bit of eyesight, so we're going to be kind of going over there. We're teaming up with Public Works, see if we can do a little bit of yard maintenance, maybe on our off day or something, and just get out there to see if what we can do to make a difference. For Thanksgiving, we had a lot of support from the rec center. We got out there and got meals to a lot of families, 11 families that needed some extra support and meals, and we kind of coordinated with heavily with Parks Department on that to get out there and make sure that they were taken care of. We're also updating our storm preparation and response. So we want to make sure before any storms hit that we reach out to these residents, see if they need anything to prepare for it. Maybe if they're elderly and they can't get the sandbags at our distribution points, we can bring them sandbags. And then also immediate welfare checks right after any storms to follow up on it, if they have power outages, anything like that. We've also started our community engagement programs again. We've had our first coffee with the chief at the park, which was a great success, talking to some residents. We had some commissioners come by. And we even had the staffer for Commissioner Steinberg come by, and she's going to start attending all of our functions within the village. She's our assigned staffer for the village. She'll be at the, hopefully, I believe at the I want to say Christmas parade, the Winterfest parade. So she'll be coming out for that, and we're going to have a lot more engagement. Their office has reached out to even kind of sit down with the police department and say, hey, what can the county do to support the police? We're also started some school engagements in the surrounding schools. We don't have any directly here other than the church, but we've been kind of reaching out to other schools and having our teams go out there. We do have a community engagement canine that's going through training right now, Commander Ginger. So she's been going to these schools and getting out there and has a really good presence. North Miami got a little bit upset. They said, man, we got a real police dog, but nobody wants to see our real police dog. They just want to see your dog. So it's been a very positive, very uplifting connection with the community and the youth. We are looking at village resource officer events also. We're teaming up with the different types of crime watch programs and community engagement programs to kind of put out there to get more voice out there and more pamphlets out there. We're going to start pushing out a big social media agenda. We've been working with the Parks Department to see if we can't get out there with a 9 p.m. locket and get flyers out, get social media out. Anything that we need to engage, we want to be able to put it out on a platform to the residents right away. This is going to count for, we had a crash on 6th Avenue. We had to close the road for partial time. So we want to make sure that we can get out there quickly, because by the time it routes in some of the situations, it's not timely. People don't get the notification. So we're going to push these platforms, get them up and running by the end of the year to make sure that we can engage. Right now, Parks, we kind of bump off of Parks a lot and get the flyers out there, the news articles out there. So we're going to be working heavily with that. We've teamed up with North Miami Seniors Foundation to start trying to get the meals out here. So our village resource officers working heavily on that. And we've also teamed up with Miami-Dade Police Department, the Autism Program Awareness Campaign that the commissioner presented to us gracefully. And we were able to, every single police officer has the QR codes on how to sign up for the program in their patrol cars. So with that program, it's not a decal or that we can hand out, because what happens in that program is when you call 911, it's logged directly into the county's dispatch with the address of that person. So it sends a flag, not only for fire rescue, but for police personnel. So we can alert our units ahead of time before they get there that they may be dealing with a person with autism or some sort of additional notes, so that maybe we can handle the incident a little bit more tailored to what's going on, because sometimes we think it's maybe non-compliant, or they don't want to listen, or it's alcohol, and sometimes it's just a autism or somebody on the spectrum, and this will help us kind of tailor our response more appropriate. We've also teamed up with the 11th Judicial Circuit. Their goal is by the end of next year to try to get all police officers within Miami-Dade certified in, they call CIT, Crisis Intervention Training. And this is free training that they're going to provide for free. It's a week-long training, 40 hours. So we just got to kind of plug and play with our coverage and use reserves to make sure our personnel can get there. But this will certify the personnel of a little bit more of a crisis intervention type response so that they can handle these types of calls a little bit more effectively and kind of de-escalate the situation. Some other additional programs that we're looking at trying to start with in the police department is we're one of the only agencies without a chaplain program. We've reached out to a Marine Corps veteran, a disabled veteran that's a chaplain. He's ordained. So he wants to do it for free, no charge, and he wants to come right now. We are in the process of his backgrounds. We got his fingerprints, everything back. So we hopefully will have it coming around soon. But he'll be here every Monday to talk to any officers, to outreach with citizens, to go out, get out with our village resource officer, and then any other days that we need them. So we're also looking, in some of the other faiths to see what we can find out there, what we can bring to the table, and have some, if we have to deal with a death, or we have to deal with a next of kin notification, or just general stuff, that we'll be able to push this out and have a program that supports not only our officers, but the community also. We're looking at, we've teamed up and speaking very heavily with Medley, or before their chief left, and now with their new chief. They have a very big Explorers program. Average cost of an Explorers program is about $200 a youth, but there's a lot of different things that they showed us that we could get there. Maybe not per se uniforms, but we can get polo shirts donated and T-shirts, and they can do fundraisers. So there's a lot of things we can kind of offset with those costs to push out an Explorer program, to start kind of pushing in. Watching the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts coming in the last few meetings kind of really push that we don't have a youth program for our kids to tie with Biscayne Park, or at least the police department side. So we're really looking at something like that and how we can form it, but without impacting major fees, cost to the village. And also with the Police Athletic League, on what would cost, the average cost of one of those per youth is about $100. So there's other ways we can offset that and still have a program like that, or team up with other neighboring agencies. So the next thing I wanted to cover was our traffic enforcement plan. Traffic's probably our #1 complaint that we receive at the police department on a regular basis every day. We started a lot of traffic blitz and enforcement operations. I've instructed all command staff and supervisors to go out and get with the personnel to conduct the enforcement. I've even tried to come in the mornings and do a couple hours just doing traffic enforcement, even on Thanksgiving coming out. I see the retired commissioner out there walking all the time. So we're really kind of pushing that and focusing on that. We are in coordination with the Florida Highway Patrol. It does look like December 27th, Friday, we'll be holding one of our first DUI checkpoints that we've had in a long time with our neighboring agencies and with the support of the Highway Patrol, which would cost nothing to the village. We would staff it with our reserve personnel and kind of realign our person to have no overtime coverage, and then having that outside support will give us the resources needed. We're also looking at them. They were going to try to come this week, but unfortunately with the funerals today of the 3 Palm Beach County deputies that lost their lives, their motors weren't coming, but their motors are going to try to team up with our motors and get down here at least once or twice a month and conduct what they call a selective enforcement detail focused on all traffic violations in the city. We're also teamed up with
Chief,
them.
I'm sorry. When you say motors, do you mean motorcycles?
Motorcycle.
Okay, you
I'm
said it a
sorry.
couple of times and I wasn't sure.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Motors and motorcycle for police jargon. Sorry. And we also teamed up with their truck police, their commercial vehicle enforcement, CVE. So they're going to start coming down here and conducting vehicle inspections on any commercial vehicles coming through the village. So they're going to try to get down here. They like the low-speed highways, and it's a lot safer than the interstates. So they're going to start trying to come down here and see what they can do to try to curtail some of this commercial vehicle traffic out of the village, because once they see FHP's commercial, the old DOT cars that were white and blue, once they see them here, a lot of people avoid them. They don't like the inspections. They don't like dealing with them. We also have 5 speed trailers. We got the first one up and running properly we have it on 6th Avenue right now, and it is reading. We've tested it. We should have the other 4 up and running by the end of the month. So we're working very heavily on those. We should have 2 back, I think, tomorrow, but by the end of the month, those will be up and running. We're also using a couple of the cars that we're slating for decommissioning as ghost vehicles and constantly moving them 2 or 3 times a week and getting them out there to try to curtail traffic and get people to reduce their speeds. One of the other big initiatives that we did was the mark with the patrol cars. We had close to about 14 patrol cars that were unmarked that were out on patrol. They're great for looking for a crime when people don't see it, but for the most part, they know what it is. So marking the cars, we've seen a big decrease in traffic violations based off of just the marking, and it kind of deters crime in many ways. So we've got 6 marked. We still have the other ones slated to be marked as soon as the company can make arrangements to get back. We've also, when it comes to the traffic enforcement, we've teamed up and we've been talking with Miami Shores a lot lately on the speed tables or the humps that they had. So we've gone out and inspected, myself and the captain, several times. They are about $7,000 a hump, and they're about $2,000, $2,500 for installation. They can't get one done a day. I've been talking with the owner on it specifically, and it's definitely something that we can do as long as we do it. We can do it on every road except for 6th Avenue. So they've seen a very high positive deterrent with those. They've even put several on the same streets, just kind of to slow down traffic getting around the school. They went to those speed tables because they had a very bad crash with the regular speed bump, and this was a deterrent that they used, and they haven't had any more issues since then. They still have like about 30 pallets of these speed tables that they're still putting up. So they're kind of consistently they're trying to do 4 a year, additional. So it's something we're looking at. We're going to be trying to see what other funding solutions we have. Got a meeting with Commissioner Steinberg's office to see what the county can help us with, and on the police side to see what we can kind of push. We have a lot of good support with the manager on making sure we have relations to get this and piggyback off of whatever we can to get it. The challenges and areas for improvement. As you guys know, taking over the police department over the last few months, we've had a lot of challenges we had to overcome, a lot of things we had to look at. We started our comprehensive review of rewriting policies. We got the first policies. We teamed up with North Bay Village. They're looking at some of the policies, and we pulled some policies from other agencies. The manager's given us a lot of support on making sure our policies kind of align with the most current trends. And this is really positive also because it kind of aligns with our accreditation needs. And accreditation can be complex, but in simple terms, accreditation really is having policies and following the policies. So if we don't have good, up-to-date policies that follow the guidelines, we're never going to get accredited. So going through this process, we should make it a lot easier for us in the accreditation process. We also are conducting backgrounds on current employees. We're about into the first 10% of employees that are working here. We're focused on recruitment of quality personnel. We've reached out, the manager was gracious enough to kind of push it to some of the legislative needs to see if we can find funding to recruit and sponsor police officers through the academy. Some of the commissioners have also brought it up, Commissioner Dan, on maybe we can tap into other resources of different companies that want to sponsor and help us in those process. But we want to make sure we're recruiting and doing the proper steps within our policies in the background. So we have one person that was in the background for the task force position. They've done every step. This is the first one that we've had in some time that has been by the book, by the policy, with a psychological, with a polygraph. He's a very experienced officer with many years, but our policies say that we will do this, and we're making sure that we are following that. Budget constraints, we're looking at there's a lot of things that we need to do. We have a lot of years of our vehicles are dilapidated. The managers kind of looked at what we're spending in leases and what we're spending on maintenance of a lot of the cars, even with the help of Miccosukee donating some of the cars. And the list just goes on and on a lot of the materials or equipment that we're going to need in the future. Right now, a lot of people have their own personal guns rather than a department-issued gun. That's something back in the day, or maybe in Henry Glades County, but that's not a current trend that we really see nowadays down here. So we're working on it. A lot of that can be changed with our DAG orders that come in and funding in those. But we're looking at ways we can fund that, get the necessary equipment, get new tasers out. Our tasers are, for the most part, we have some X2s, which are about 3 generations old, but the bulk majority of the reserves have X26s, which is about second generation from the very first taser. So we're looking at those programs and how we can fund it, how we can get the officers all outfitted the same, but without impacting the budget of the village, because we have a very limited budget. So we have to look at different alternate sources and be able to update and fund this. Limited training, allocation, and coverage. The training has been one of the areas that we kind of hit very heavily to get up to where we're at. Active shooter, with the funding that we had, we were able to get 2/3 of the agency certified, and the current active shooter, we still got 1/3. We're looking at, that was $10,000 last budget to pay for 2/3. No one looked at what would be the whole cost. That was a mandate that came out from the governor's office after the tragedy in Broward County. So we've teamed up, and one of our reserve lead firearms instructors, we got him through a couple of the schools, and he will be able to perform almost the same training that Apex did for $10,000 for free as a reserve officer to push through our last 1/3 to get up to date with the training. We're also pushing a lot of the updated first aid training and training through the Miami-Dade College and through the county. The county's been very gracious in teaming up with us to provide the training free of charge. This year, we've also gotten the cabin and the rec center certified as straight law enforcement FDLE state certified training facilities. So now we can provide any kind of state level certified training outside of what they call high liabilities. High liabilities would be obviously shooting, firearms, vehicle operations, certain first aid training, and defensive tactics training. So those we're not certified yet for, but everything else in the scope we are certified to start performing here within the village. We're also focusing on our community trust and relationships. We're trying to get out there and build relationships. We've been going down Fridays to the park and just walking around, talking to the residents, anybody that has any concerns. A couple of the big changes that we did at the station is we reopened the lobby. The lobby of the police station has been closed since COVID, and it hasn't reopened. The signs were removed outside the station that had any indicators of it being police. We were able to get, before one left, a big blue police letters above the station, and now we try to staff the police station with command personnel 9 to 5 Monday through Friday to be able to welcome anyone in. One of the other issues that we had in the police department is all the phone lines were muted, and they were disabled so that we wouldn't get phone calls. We've put all the phone lines back up and running. We've been answering the phones. Some of them are still diverted depending on which lines they go to. They divert still over to the county, to the 911 center, and then they get diverted back to us through the radio traffic for what they call O2, which is a phone call. But we kind of opened it up, and we've been taking a lot of phone calls coming in for the PD and transfers from Village Hall. So we've been working very heavily on updating and changing that. Also in the training aspect, after a review of all the issues that we've had, our background and investigation reserve detectives were not certified. So we've made sure all our background personnel went out, got certified through FDLE for the 40-hour course, and now certified. Our internal affairs is now certified, and they've taken their training that they're mandated to take and that's also an accreditation challenge that we have to make sure. We're currently revamping the field training program, and we're realigning all the training altogether. We've conducted our first use of force training that we're mandated to do yearly, and our de-escalation training that was also mandated. All supervisors have now gone through a supervisor course, which they have never done before. So all corporals or sergeants and above have now gone through at least the first level of supervision training. And we're also exploring different less than lethal options to go out there to give our guys more tools to be able to do that. All paid personnel, with the exception of one that just recently joined, are now speed measurement device operator certified, so they can conduct laser or radars and speed enforcement, write speeding tickets. Regular officers can't do that without that additional training. So we're able to get every one of our paid personnel through that program and numerous of the reserves. To move over to the accreditation, the purpose of accreditation is for professionalism and accountability. The main goal of CFA, which is the Commission of Florida Accreditation, is to ensure that law enforcement agencies in Florida follow the best practices and the standards that improve the operational effectiveness, community engagement, and service delivery. A lot of people ask why we want to get accredited, what's it do for us? Well, it holds us to that level of the best standards in the field. You want to go to a hospital, you want the nurses and the medical staff at the best level. The same with the police department, there's no difference. We want to provide that best level. It will help in any kind of litigation and lawsuits to say that we are meeting what is considered the best level within Florida. Hopefully, Brad, a little bit less work over there with our insurance carriers with any kind of liability because we'll be engaged in those best practices. It enhances our public trust. By achieving accreditation, law enforcement agencies demonstrate a commitment of transparency, ethics, and professionalism, and they strengthen the public confidence in what we're doing. It also improves internal operations. It requires agencies to review and improve policies, procedures, and practices in various areas such as use of force, recruitment, training, and accountability. So by getting accredited, one of the other key elements to that would be to make sure that we constantly, every 3 years, we have to get reaccredited. So it's going to be a constant requirement for us to go through and make sure our policies are up to date. Our policies right now, I would say bulk majority, about 90% are signed off by Nick Wolfslager when he was the chief here. So a lot of our policies are outdated. They're there. They're very limited, but we are updating and we're in the process, and the manager's been a very, very, very big help on making sure that we engage in those the most effective. To give it's a little bit hard to give accreditation a timeline because we have to, with the police department, the number one concern is when you call 911 that we have a police officer there for you. So we have to make sure operational needs are met and that people are responding to calls. However, what we're going to do with the accreditation is by April 2025, within the next 5 months, all the policies should be completed, updated, and issued to all the officers for review. They'll sign off on them for our Power to EMS program. It's going to be tight, but that's where our commitment is to try to get that done by April 2025. By June 2025, all the training will be implemented that we need to implement. And then hopefully by July 2025, we can have our first mock assessment, followed by August with our full assessment. These could change and move as legislation changes and moves and new requirements come up, or the CFA has their meetings and they change requirements on a constant basis. We've already re-signed with them and committed that we're going to get this done, so we're in that process. So have a direct timeline with accreditation is a little bit difficult because there's so many moving parts. There's a lot of areas that we have to kind of fix with limited funding. So we're going to do our best to get it done, and I'm committed by trying to get it done by the budget year next year so that we can be accredited before that. One of the other areas that the commissioner reached out for is accessibility and communication. Again, we reopened the lobby. We had the police sign. We reconnected the phones in the police station. Got our command staff there 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. We have an open door policy for not only commissioners, the manager, with constant meetings with the manager, with the public. We're open to the public anytime they want to come and talk. If they see any of our police cars, we recommend them flag them over and talk to them and relay any kind of information. We're going to try push again the social media platforms and community events. The recap on 6 of the commissioner's agenda on equipment. We're looking at different ways we could fund vehicles that would cost less to the village overall with different leasing programs. The manager's helping us heavily with what we can do to try to mitigate that, get better vehicles out there without high maintenance costs and without big costs to the village and leases. We're looking at radios for the vehicles. These last 4 vehicles that we purchased were the only 4 in recent time that came with a police radio in the car. Police radios in the car is a little important because you do have one on you, but sometimes with the signals here, it's a little bit hard to get out to it. And then if you have to switch the TAC channel, you lose. Let's say there's a perimeter or some kind of sensitive call, you switch over to TAC. The car radio usually stays on main line if there's any kind of major incident, active threat, or another high priority call that we have to go to. So this is one thing we're working on. Medical equipment, getting the latest, greatest medical equipment out to the personnel and train. weapons, duty gears, taser, and baton. A lot of this will be hopefully funded through our DAG program with our task force officer. To wrap up on the police presentation, just cover the police statistics from 2023 to 2024 as of November 21st when we did this. We'll have one at the end of the year that gives us the whole year. But as of right now, our calls for service went from 988 to 952, so we'll probably be around the same. With the next month, we'll probably get about, maybe actually higher because we're averaging about 90 calls a month. So we'll probably be just over 1,000 calls for this year. As of when this was done, we had 14 felony arrests, where we went up 2 from the 12 that we had the year prior. We did see a very, very high significant increase in misdemeanor crimes from 44 to 144. Not that there's crime in the village, but with traffic enforcement comes the detection. So over 90% of those 144 are traffic-related arrests. And that's people coming through the village, suspended driver's license, no driver's license, bench warrants. We're getting a lot of warrants from either North Miami or El Portal areas kind of passing through, and other crimes that we're picking up and detecting. Our medical calls also went from 92 to 102. One of the big initiatives that are pushed out is when COVID hit, we stopped responding to medical calls. The police term that we would get dispatched to is a medical call, and we would say, have rescue advised. So then fire rescue would get there, and they would say, yeah, we need a policeman, or we don't need a policeman. We stopped that. There was an elderly lady that fell in her front yard. She laid there for almost 30 minutes before a garbage man happened to pass by, see her, call, and at that time under the administration, we said rescue advised. I don't usually lose my temper, but I lost my temper on that. That just kind of bothered me. This lady was sitting there, and we said rescue advised. That's not right. That's not right at all. So one of the first things I initiated when I took over, that we go back to the calls, every single call. I don't care if it's something we don't get that many calls, unlike the city of Miami, but we can go. We might not be able to do anything, but we can go and we can do something, at least a presence. So now we are mandated to go to every single call that we get dispatched to, regardless of what it is, and we'll sort it out when we get there. So that's that's one of the changes. So that's kind of covers a lot of the areas that we've been talking about lately. So I hope that gives a good recap on the department, where we're at and where we're kind of moving to. So any questions? I could keep you here till midnight, but I don't want to keep you guys here.
Chief, that's a lot of information, a lot of it very helpful and very positive. So I'm certainly happy to hear it. Unless there's anything really pressing, I'd like to maybe hold questions till we get down to that area of the report, because we still have public comment. We have some people that are waiting.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. I mean, it's a comprehensive update, and it's helpful. And it's good to hear that we're kind of correcting some of the deficiencies that you've pointed out.
I think the only question I really have is the policies. Are the commissioners going to be, is the public going to be able to see the policies, or you're not allowed to do that? And is the commission going to be able to see the policies?
Yes, sir. Certain policies are public record that anybody can request. Law enforcement policies, such as responding to active shooter calls and tactics, are not public record. They will not be released unless legal and the manager give clearance on something like that. But we don't typically release our sensitive policies.
Thank you. I just kind of want to put a pause on your presentation. Again, helpful, thank you. If it's all right with the rest of the commission, I'd like to just kind of have the chief step. Yes, exactly, correct. I'd like to turn back to that and open it up to questions, but I'd like to get us to public comment. Chief, thank you very much. We'll have you come back up if you wouldn't mind sticking around. So let's get to public comment. Let's start with here in the log cabin, and we'll switch over to Zoom if we have any. Public comment is open to folks here in the log cabin, and just a reminder to please provide your name and address, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes. You're all set.
Amy Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. Chief, that was extremely impressive. If the rest of the world lived up to your principles and your dedication and your intelligence, it would be a better world. I really appreciate people that really care about doing their job. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to say is, I don't know Mac. I heard Mac was leaving. Is this your last commission meeting? Okay. So, but anyway, I was very surprised, shocked, and you are one of the best people I've ever known when it came to being a neighbor and a commissioner. I can't even go on because you're such an amazing, dedicated person, and I'll tell you about that later. The reason I'm here today is to talk about what's important to me. The most important thing to me are the roads, because I walk twice a day. My husband walks 3 times a day. I walk an hour in the morning, half an hour at night. In the morning, okay, because of the rain in the last year, we had a terrible rainy season. The potholes went, there's no small potholes anymore. They're all large, larger, largest, and I can see China through one of them. You know when your mother used to say, or somebody used to say, you can see, there's a hole, and the next rain, that thing's gonna open up the road. I started taking pictures because I was gonna do a presentation. There's so many potholes and they're humongous. Somebody stopped filling them. Rolly used to do it, and he did a nice job because there's too many that are so round you could trip on them. These roads are the most important thing. When the lobbyist was up here, if DeSantis or anybody saw the roads in this village, I guarantee you they would be, especially in front of the mayor's house. That road, you can't even walk on that road. So this is all I want. Recreation's great. I love recreation. I love the center. But the most important things are the roads, because I can't look up when I walk. I have to walk like this. And at night I need a flashlight because I'm going to kill myself. And look, it's not about me. We've got 3,100 residents here that, you know, I've already tripped and I had my first fracture this year because of these roads. So, and my bones, obviously. But that's all I care about. I know I'm not the only one. It's not fair to the kids. I don't want the kids riding there. You could kill yourself riding a bike here because of the potholes. If there's nothing else that gets done, take care of these roads. They're opening up. I don't understand this community. I really, really don't. Because when I worked, I had an agenda, I had priorities, and I met them. That's what disturbs me here. Come together on frickin' priorities. I love parking. Yeah, they're parking all over at the rec center. That's a very important thing. But fill the potholes. Please do something. It's just driving me crazy.
David Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. So, Mr. Manager, welcome. I don't think I've officially met you. And we've been here now 10 years. And in that entire time, I've been talking about drainage. So I'm not going to talk about it tonight, but I do want to meet with you at some point to talk about this, because it's been 10 years and we still don't even know where all the drains are. And there's not that many. I could count them for you, actually, I think. I probably have at this point. But what I do want to say, 2 things. One, Chief, bless you. That was the best presentation that I've heard. Very ambitious. I've been talking to every police chief since we've been here about getting accredited. When I worked in government, that was the #1 thing we looked for with agencies we funded, was that they were accredited. In fact, we would even forego some of the standard monitoring that we would do with different agencies if they were accredited in different manners. So it's great that we're doing this. And I'm very happy to hear that. So thank you. And just take care of yourself, because we need you to finish all this stuff. So I also, when I heard that Mac was leaving, I thought this might be your last meeting, but you'll be here hopefully. But I do want to put on the record that you have made a huge difference in our lives, in our household, our kids who live here, and probably the other 1,100 families that live here, even those who don't know it. And I've seen, even on Nextdoor, people who, years ago, and I think we got here around the same time you and Dan got here. And when Mac first was speaking in one of the commission meetings, we both looked at each other. I think it went, "Who is this loudmouth?" kind of to each other, and we went, "Okay, good." And Mac has taken that and turned it to much good for the village and getting so much done around here. And more important than that is that I think that we really would be in the dark, residents, on so many things without knowing what was going on, because the communication here really does need improvement, as everybody knows. We've had plans, we've had agencies, we've had whoever, but in the end, we've had Mac, who's put out something either on Nextdoor or email blast. And I hope I don't say this to put any of you in a different position than this. Mac has really been doing the job that the manager should have been doing all these years and letting the residents know what the hell is going on around here. So I hope now that you are leaving, somebody will pick up that mantle and keep us informed as to what's going on, because not everybody looks at the agenda every month. I used to. Now maybe I look at it every other month, and sometimes I just look at it and click close and say, oh God, I don't want to look at that. So anyway, thank you so much for everything that you've done. And Dan, we have a plan swap thanks to those kinds of things that just happen around here. And we're very grateful. Thank you.
Linda Dillon, 712 115th Street. I want to talk a little bit about our building department. I know there have been a lot of complaints recently about the building department, and it is mostly outsourced. However, some of the residents that are complaining about things that are really not part of the building department's responsibility. It's their own responsibility as far as dealing with their contractors. There have been complaints that the telephone hasn't been answered. I just want to give you a couple statistics. On the 28th, there were 25 phone calls for building, and the phones weren't even working properly that day. We've had some issues with the phone system. On the 29th, there were 65 phone calls answered. On the 30th, there were only 37, but we closed the village at 12 o'clock that day. And yesterday, I personally took 72 phone calls between 9 and 5:05, and 96% of them were for the building department. So the phone calls are being answered continuously, and I don't think it's fair to the rest of the staff or to that department to find fault with them. I think you need to find out what these residents are doing on their part that make building so difficult. We have a new computer system. There were over 400 permits that had to be transferred from the old system to the new one. They don't talk to each other. They had to manually transfer all this data. And so it's been a little bit of a difficult situation, but they're working on it. But I think they deserve praise rather than negative comments.
You have anyone else for public comment? Yeah, of course.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Granfield. I actually live in North Miami, but my children and I frequently visit Biscayne Park, and we go to the Ed Burke Recreation Center a lot. And we've been doing that for about 8 years. So it's a beautiful park, beautiful recreation center. We love the little library in there and, you know, everything about it. So I did get in touch with Matt Kennedy, I think it was in September, because when my children and I went inside the little library that was inside the recreation center, we noticed that all the books were completely gone. So that came as a shock, because I have, you know, like 2 children, and I always see, you know, I always used to see kids there, you know, sitting down reading, which was a great sight to see, because nowadays a lot of kids are usually on their, tablets or playing video games. So that was always refreshing to see, children reading and parents reading to their kids. And Mac was very responsive. He did call me and let me know that the Village of Biscayne Park Foundation, I guess, which is a nonprofit, that they did during the renovation process of that, the inside of the recreation center, that they, I guess, took it upon themselves to clear out all of the books. And I can't get an answer as to why that happened, because there was hundreds of books there, mostly children's books. And it seems like they were either just thrown away or donated. And I just think that it's really a shame, because many kids from the community enjoyed reading those. Like I said, parents were sitting in corners reading to their kids, and it's something that you don't really see every day. And it was nice to see that. And I have been back since, and I do see, a lot of the bookshelves have been replenished with new books, I guess, from an Amazon wish list. But I was just wondering, why throw out something, like I said, hundreds of books, when most of them were in pretty good condition. Maybe there was some that had rips or tears, but I just don't see the reason why hundreds of them were disposed of. And I'm just wondering if anyone has an answer as to what happened to the books and who made that decision and why. So thank you again. You guys do a great job with the parks here. Everything looks beautiful. I take my family to this park as well as many other parks, North Miami, Miami Shores. But I just wanted to kind of get answers as to what happened to the hundreds of books that were in the little library in the Ed Burke Recreation Center at the park. Thank you.
Anyone else in the log cabin before we turn it over to Zoom? Once, going twice, seeing none? Okay. Any public comment on Zoom? Doesn't look it. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you everyone for providing public comment and being here and taking part in the meeting. We very much appreciate it in the items that you've raised to us. Some of the items I think will be addressed when we get into the report section, but before we get down to that area, I would like to see if there's any specific reply to the comments before we get to the reports.
Yeah, one that I was going to bring up tonight, but I was glad to see that the resident brought it up because it has been brought to my attention. I know the foundation has done a lot of good work with the rec center, but there is all those books that are missing, and I'd like to know where they went. Because there has been 2 or 3 residents that have donated those books, and we don't seem to see any of the books. So that was one of my concerns that I was going to bring up tonight, but I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. Any other reply at this time?
I'm not leaving quite yet. I'll let you all know. So, but thanks. I should have said I'm going to leave years ago. I love hearing this. So maybe I'll just stay and pretend like I'm leaving. And the rec center manager's here. Maybe he'd want to say something about that.
I was kind of thinking the same thing. We're going to pick on you, Issa. Any other reply before we head into our reports? No? Okay. So some of those items that we've heard about, we'll be talking about, I think, in our reports. So let's get into our reports if we can. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, we're starting with our commission reports on, well, under our first report here, I see we have our nomination of vice mayor. So this is falling under our report section. Mr. Manager, is this an item you'd like to introduce to us, please?
Yes, yeah, so that's where we put it, the commission reports nomination of vice mayor. And the village attorney can explain the process to you.
Okay, Brad.
So pursuant to your charter, the vice mayor serves for a 6-month period. And essentially those terms begin in December and June of each year. The way you select your vice mayor is essentially in alphabetical order using the commissioner's last name. So as I understand it from my conversations with Madam Clerk, it would be Commissioner Kennedy that would be the next in line alphabetically to serve as vice mayor for a 6-month term.
Okay. So is this, we do this by motion then, Brad?
It's just done,
Automatically?
yeah, it's kind of done by consent as long as the commissioner will accept.
Okay.
Then takes over as vice mayor effective this meeting.
Okay.
I guess with thanks to Commissioner, Vice Mayor Huntington for his service.
Question about that before.
Okay.
Hopefully you stay around for 6 months to finish your term. But if you don't, what's going to be the process of that? We're going to have another resolution to,
No, so under the charter, so what would happen is if now Vice Mayor Kennedy resigns his commission sometime during the 6-month period, the commission will have to, because there's more than 6 months in his term, there will have to be a special election. Prior to that special election, the appointment of an interim will have to be done by this commission by resolution to fill that seat until the special election can be had. And under your charter, under the code, the interim selection would serve as vice mayor until that seat is filled by the special election. Then that individual who is elected would fill the term as vice mayor for the remainder of the term. And then in June, you would switch vice mayors to the next in alphabetical order, which would be Commissioner Samaria, if I'm doing my alphabet correctly.
Okay.
May I ask you a question about that, Brad? So I intend to serve until the day I leave. Residency is one of the requirements. I'm over 21 and I'm registered to vote, so I meet the other requirements. Brad, instead of resigning effective immediately, can I give notice? Can I say that my last day will be at a future date that might allow the commission to prepare themselves to appoint someone? The idea of having an even number of people on a commission always worries me. That's why there are odd numbers on boards. So do I have to resign effective the second I say it, or can I give it a date in the future?
No, I'm sorry, I was kind of going into Commissioner Amsler's personal space there. Not intentionally, but to answer your questions, you can resign with an effective date. There's nothing that requires you to surprise the commission or to, yes.
Can the date be after another commission meeting so it could be a discussion item that I would recuse myself from? For example, if I said my last day will be January 31st and I will be here for the January meeting, would that enable the commission to discuss who they would appoint to fill my seat so they'd be ready to serve immediately upon my departure?
Yes. they can
Okay.
do that.
Okay. Guys, I may try to work that out, depending. It's all depending. I had my first showing today.
Mr. Attorney, then how's it going to work if we have to have we're going to have a special election? So don't we have to work with Dade County on that date? Because that's going to cost us money.
You don't select the date for the special election. That's in coordination with the supervisor of elections of Miami-Dade County. Madam Clerk would coordinate that special election. We would have to do a resolution setting the special election, setting the qualifying periods, and then the election would be had. It's not something that's going to happen immediately, which is why there's a provision in your code for appointment of an interim. So as the new vice mayor is noted, you don't have an even number of commissioners that and end up with a split vote that can't be decided.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just to I'm thinking out loud here, Jonathan. Could we say now that it's possible that I'll be leaving at some point in January, so it could be put on the January agenda item to discuss who you guys want to appoint so you guys are prepared?
I thought that's what we were doing. By what you were just saying, I thought that's what we would.
Well,
do.
and again, I don't know. I'm going to serve until I'm no longer a resident of the village, and that it's all up in the air. It could be weeks, it could be months. I don't know. I'm starting a new job, and I can do the job from here. I can travel and do the job. So as long as I'm living here, I'll serve.
Maybe we put it on, and if it's applicable, we discuss it. If it's not, we can move it.
So
It'll be applicable, it just may not be right then, but you
Right.
could talk about who you guys want to fill in for me temporarily.
can have that discussion, you just can't make the appointment, obviously, because there's no seat to appoint to.
Got it.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that works. I think that's a good idea.
If you guys want to do that in January, I'm fine, and obviously I've recused myself from that conversation.
I think that's a good idea. I think it's
Trying to be
Yeah, so we don't get stuck with, an empty seat for a while. No, it's a good idea. I think that's a good approach. So for the time being, I think the resolution of the vice mayor will go to Vice Mayor Kennedy. And when come January, we'll talk about putting something on the agenda to talk about the appointment of an interim when that seat is vacated. So, okay. So Brad, Mr. Manager, excuse me, thank you. So let's go ahead and go on to our commission report from Commissioner Amsler. I think his,
Really nothing to vote on. It's by operation.
it's a rotating, it's just rotating. I think it's automatic. Okay, so Commissioner Amsler, would you like to introduce your report for us?
So, good evening, everyone. Thank you. Yes, that took a while to get here, but I was able to listen through the presentation from Mr. Caserta before through my phone as much as it was possible to me. So, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to touch base on two different areas. One was the police department presentation. Thank you very much for what you've done. It was a wonderful presentation. It takes on every point that you and I spoke about and sort of structure in my report. The idea behind this report is to put in touch more what currently we have as a department, is you leading the department, sort of following up several of the changes in management that we've had. The questions continues to be, at least to me, is what the police department is about, what's happening, a lot about traffic. All the different areas you cover have to do with this, and I think we'll go back to your report with questions. But thank you for that. So that was the first portion of my report, and again, talked about department structure, the initiatives for this year. I would love to be able to compare one year to the next. I still feel, and part of the conversations, the postmortem that we have for the budget, but it's in every department. It would be wonderful to have ISA come forward and say, this year, the foundation has been able to finally achieve this. I've seen more people than ever. I don't know, whatever you really want to highlight in terms of needs, during the budget meeting, follow up as to how that's coming. I find this as an opportunity on a yearly basis, wonderful, on a monthly basis update. But this was brought up to the manager as a concern because a lot of, again, the changes that's happened is we're wondering, after really allocating more money to the police department, where is that taking us? So hearing you sort of tell the story, what I'm going to look forward is how that actions every month. So on every department that you've talked about, I'm sure there's going to be highlights when it comes to traffic opportunities, having help from the county, having help from the commissioner, the district commissioner, whatever it might be, is how do we move forward every month to tell the story? And the second part, a lot of what we continue to hear is about communication. How do we push that out? Because a lot is being done, but the questions continue to be where? I don't see it, what's happening? And you guys do a lot of work. So I won't continue, there's questions to talk about the report, but thank you again for taking notice of this and coming forward with very detailed information. And lastly, I still don't have a formal feedback from the shores. I'm going to give you my feedback personally. I don't think it's going to happen. The feedback wasn't really picked on. I think it's a little bit the same sensation that I got when we got Miami Country Day, asking if we could use our park, and the initial feedback was, well, it's for our residents and we don't know, and sort of die there. And nobody wants to talk about it because it's meant for the residents of Miami Shores. So at the end of the day, that was the challenge that we knew we were going to have. But what I asked is to have a formal feedback, whatever that might be. It was sort of left in the air. And I also asked for an opportunity to give me a proposal. Are we talking about a certain amount of money that you guys are hoping to see that we pay in order to use? Give me something in concrete so I can come back to you guys, present it, and then we discuss it. So I'm hoping that's what's come back. But so far, that's all I've gotten. I try to get in touch with the manager and another commissioner. I haven't heard back yet. So just wanted to give those 2 cents. And then I didn't see a report as specific to the manager. I'm hoping that do you have something to present, or that we can go over our monthly concerns?
No, I'll leave my comments at the end. I usually make my comments at the end of the meeting.
Okay, but are you planning to put something together into the agenda as a manager's report?
No, I'll just have manager's comments at the end.
Okay, but for this meeting, for the future meetings, you will have a report put together, or no?
No, I'll just have comment.
Okay, so I would ask for a report, and this is why. I think a lot of, again, going back to what we saw, Mr. Casera, I personally like to see presentations come forward because they are a testimony of what was said. They can be spread around. They can be looked at under, carefully. We can go back and forth about what was said and sort of a commitment. That's sort of what the chief came forward with today. It was a commitment at a long term of what his vision is for the department. And I would like to sort of see that happen in month to month in a way of a formal report that comes from the manager from the different areas. And it might be just touch bases on things that we discuss on a weekly basis or other concerns that residents come forward with that are being touched on. And so that's I don't know if the rest feel the same way.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I had it in my notes when I do my report, which will be very short here in a minute. Yeah, so we had talked a lot about that, Al, with the previous managers, the last two managers, and we developed a spreadsheet tracking system that I was very happy with when it finally got implemented. That was working really nicely, where it was basically a list of all the projects, and then the manager would add new things onto it as they came about, and you could see month to month to month how progress was tracking on that. Have you seen that report? You know what report I'm talking about? It was a spreadsheet that would be presented to us in a PDF form, which wasn't as helpful, but whatever, it was there. I found that very helpful. So I'm going to second what Veronica says and add that to it, that particular report, I think I remember hearing some, I don't know if it was unanimous, but some other people like that report as well, because we could see over time that something wasn't forgotten. Because and sometimes the report was no action taken, no update this month kind of a thing, but at least we knew it didn't fall off the radar, right? Because what happens is, I could list 1,000 things in this village that we talk about it, and then it's just, oh, geez, yeah, whatever happened with that? We should look into that. Didn't we talk about that? Didn't we say we wanted to do that? And then it's just forgotten about, and we know things aren't forgotten about. So, I very much would like to see that report ongoing. It was very helpful, and we had just really only used it a couple of months, and already it was helpful to me to know that things were being tracked and things were not forgotten about, and we could see progress.
Yeah, so on that point then,
And I was expecting to see it on the agenda too tonight.
yeah, me too. I did see how you were used to report to Key West, just for reference. I went on and just saw you have, even if, for me, the format can be already what we already worked on. It was so intense in terms of detail. I would start that, with that and then build on that. But yeah, so I have few comments on other things, but I don't think this is the right time to do that. I don't know, maybe if we don't have a report, I just don't want to go through mine. A lot of it is conversations that the manager and I go on a weekly basis or other concerns, but I'll leave it to that, yes.
Okay. Well, Commissioner, thank you. So I know this isn't, it's listed in here as Commissioner Amsler's report, but this is kind of where we go on through we're on the subject. Why don't we just keep going? So I'm just going to open.
I only had two things, and that was one. So my other one is, Al, I just want to, again, this is one of these things that was on the report, and I'd just like to try to make sure that's on everyone's radar. We're still on schedule out for the unsafe structures hearing on December 16th, is that correct? And we're good. Is there anything that has been done or can be done anticipating a ruling in our favor so we can keep this train going down the track?
So, yeah, so we're on track. We have brought an order before the code board to get a order so that we can demolish immediately. So that's one of the things that we're working on. Also, when we got 3 quotes, so we can know what a price range that we if we have to demolish it, what it's going to cost the village, so we can.
Well, our understanding is that we do have to demolish it, right? It is.
Well, no, they were given the opportunity to demolish it
Oh, they can
themselves
demolish it
once the
themselves.
order comes in. So they can demolish themselves and pay for that expense.
Gotcha. Okay. See, that's the kind of information that was on that report that's really helpful, is the fact that this month, 3 quotes were received, and it's in front of the code board and stuff like that. So we know that it's moving down the track. Thank you. I'm very excited for that hearing to be reheard.
If I may, Doreen, was it the 16th or the 18th? It's
The 18th. Okay, thanks.
Just wanted to make
Correcting
sure the
that.
date was correct.
Do we have a Zoom link yet?
No, we have, as soon as I get it, I'll forward that to you.
Separately on that one, since I wasn't on a commission, I don't know about that. We're going to demolish that. Do they still own the property, or how's that going to work?
Yeah, they still own the property. We're just, it's just a hearing to declare the structure unsafe.
And it's
The structure has to come
it's the
down.
I know
it's the
it's the
apartment,
B one.
yeah.
Yes, the B one. I know what it is. When I was on the commission, we were fighting for that too, so I understand. Finally, that's going to be gone. Okay.
Those are my only two.
Okay, thanks.
I'll keep my report very brief. I just want to thank the manager and the village staff for inviting me to the Thanksgiving luncheon. It was great. The mayor was there. Commissioner Amesler showed up right at the last minute. It was a great event, and it was nice to get some time with our village staff and to start our Thanksgiving holiday off on the right foot.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner?
Yeah, I want to thank city manager. I wasn't unable to make it. I was stuck in on 995, and I almost got stopped by a trooper for speeding. So let's not talk about that because I was trying to get back in time. Anyway, our meeting starts at 6 p.m. and there seems to, like tonight, we had 31 agenda items. Now, some of it was taken off. We're never going to get this done. And I think the commission is, some of it, even though it's important items, are putting too much items on these agenda. I think we need to make these agenda items smaller. And I was going to put 2 items on there tonight, but I felt because we had so much stuff that I didn't want to put it on. The 2 I'll move it for in January. 2 of them are, I think, with Ryan, with the grant and stuff that you're getting, the $400,000, that item. That we need to bring back I think we need to bring back the Recreation Advisory Board, because when I ran it for 9 years, that's some of the items that we did. We worked with Risa to do that. And then also on a freebie, I know the freebie car service. I met with the city manager. He explained a little bit of it. But I think with the service that we get from freebie, maybe we need to have them come in and do a better presentation and see if we can get them to extend the area. Because there's no reason why they can't have it go to Targets. There's no reason why they can't have it go to the post office. There's no reason why they can't go to Home Depot. There just seems to be a short area. Maybe there's a way we can get the freebie to, extend the areas, because I think that's why ridership is down. And then the other area that I have is, I'm going to make this brief. We already went over it. But I was very disappointed on how the commission handled the temporary city manager's position last month, whenever we had it. It wasn't even last month. We had it a week, 2 days before Thanksgiving. I think that was not, we didn't need to rush that. It could have been brought up in this agenda. We also didn't live up to what we advertised. And it does make us look bad when we advertise for a salary and we didn't live up to it. And we basically gave this city manager the salary that is basically for a full-time employee. So I hate to see how much it's going to cost when we do apply for the full-time employee. I just think that we handled it wrong. It kept the residents in the dark. It was like something we had to hide. It was a reason why we rushed to get it done. And I just thought it was barely handled. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to keep mine very brief as well. I will second Commissioner Huntington's sentiment that the lunch was well done. It was nice to see our village staff and all of our departments here together, just kind of a social setting and a little bit of a break and something nice before the holiday. So thank you all for being there, and that was well done. Let you just mention that the manager and I got an opportunity to go down to the installation ceremony for the county mayor. So it was nice to see some of the county folks interacting with Al and kind of meeting and just kind of extending the networks and reminding them that we're all here and that we're happy and ready and willing, able to work with everyone. So it was a nice ceremony, and it was nice to be there with you, Mr. Manager. So that's all I really have. So because I want to keep us going, to Commissioner Samaria's point, let's keep moving. So our reports. Chief will recall you. Thanks for being patient with us. I know you covered a lot of ground, and it was very helpful. And I will just reiterate that it's nice to hear that you're tackling so many areas and kind of correcting some of the deficiencies. So with respect to the monthly report, and I know you kind of concluded, you touched on some of that. So I wanted to see if there's some questions now, but I wanted to get to public comment first. So go ahead and open it up to questions on your report and presentation. And if you could, if you haven't already, would you please provide that PowerPoint either to the clerk or the manager so we could see it? Because I would love to be able to kind of check out some of the data in there.
Mr. Mayor, I have it. We couldn't convert it, and I've been sitting here trying to do that to get it to you all, but I'll email it out to you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so I'll just open to the commission for questions or anything that they have on the report.
Go ahead if you want to start, yeah.
Is that?
No, I said go ahead if you want to.
Oh, okay. I'll make it quick. I was going to ask for a copy of it, and I think that should be shared with the community as well.
Yes.
It's great for people to hear all of that. I was having a hard time keeping up because I didn't have anything to follow. And I think things like that should be shared, not just here at the meeting, but they should be proactively, that's just my opinion. They should be proactively shared with the community, saying here is the annual report put together by our police chief. I'd love to see that go out to the community. A couple of quick questions. What is the status of the vehicles leaving the village, that whole topic? Has that been resolved? You said you guys were working on a solution to that. Sorry, I'm
Yes, sir.
talking into my mic.
Yes, sir. We are working on it. The policy's been drafted, so we're finalizing that. We've reviewed some of the CBA, the contractual agreements. We're meeting our obligation that the officers sign up for, so that is in the process.
So they will be able to take their vehicles home?
All the full-time personnel are taking it home. The part-time, we're still negotiating on
Got it.
those areas.
Okay. The idea of bringing a chaplain on, I was hearing that for the first time. I'm assuming, and I hope that that person is sensitive to the religious and spiritual beliefs of a wide variety of people, including some people check the boxes that says none of the above. So I'm assuming that you have that under control.
Yes,
You
sir.
said you're doing background checks on employees. Did you mean the police staff specifically? You didn't mean all village staff?
Just the police staff. yes,
Police
sir.
staff, okay. In your report this month, why are there so many more warnings rather than citations?
Anytime you see a change in management, officers kind of, we saw it with the last change in the police chief, you see the numbers drop. It's more of their, I guess, kind of see the footing. I've already just reviewing this, our stats for now on will always cover it from the 15th to the 15th. It will always be cleaner than kind of what we were doing in the past. We've already about doubled, tripled that almost, not to look at numbers specifically to tickets or warnings.
Double
But-
trick it,
But it was,
tripled what, the number of citations?
yes, sir.
Okay,
So-
so citations are going back up.
Yes, sir. It'll bounce back. It's just, whenever there's a change, you kind of see officers back off a little and test the water, see what's
Wait
going
and see
on.
what the boss wants.
They've, I think the trust, everything there is, and the confidence in the manager, and the reinforcement and positivity that he's given to the department, it's bounced right back. So this month will be low, but next month your jaw will drop.
Okay, good. That's an answer I'm happy to hear. What I didn't want to hear is, we want to be a nice place. I was like,
No, sir.
good.
No, sir.
Because I'm the guy who wants the, don't even think about speeding signs put back up.
Yes, sir.
And then many more misdemeanors and felonies. That was interesting what you said in your earlier report, that it's partly a result of all the traffic stops, which is all the more reason to get this traffic detail up and running and be more aggressive about traffic stops. It wasn't that many months ago, maybe last month, you told us about a stop that uncovered, was it guns and drugs in the car?
Yes, sir. We had a gun and drug.
And a warrant?
Yes, sir. And
Yeah.
we get quite a few warrants coming through. Actually, today, we just had, from a court ruling, they pled out to 2 convicted felons that had guns entering our village. It looked like they were geared up to do a drive-by shooting, the way they had an AR-15 at their feet, locked, loaded, both heavily impaired with narcotics at the time. It was, thank God, it was handled most appropriate, but we even got a plea out on that, a second-time convicted felon with a gun, so.
That's horrifying. And it's a reminder to all of us that we live in this bucolic little village and we feel like we're so insulated and it's just lovely and safe, and our, police tell people to slow down. But we are surrounded by the wild blanking west of Miami, and the crazy comes through us every day.
Yes, sir.
Not just on 6th Avenue, but on all of our side streets as well. The crazy is flying right past us all day, every day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Commissioner?
Chief, I just want to say that report was amazing. It was detailed. It went through all aspects that I was interested in learning more about, and some that it brought up topics that I wasn't even expecting to learn about. I will say that what I heard a lot of is you found a lot of problems as a new chief, and you're fixing a lot of problems.
Yes,
And
sir.
I commend you for that.
Thanks,
And
sir.
I know that it's a big task you took up when you became chief, and I'm glad you're thoroughly going through the department and you're fixing all the problems where you find them.
Yes, sir. Thank
I
you.
just want to say thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Again, I like to join the rest of the commissioners. That report was really good, but I definitely would like to have seen in front of me because I wouldn't say I was falling asleep, but it was hard to keep track of everything without looking at it. But there was so much there, and I think you're doing a good job in doing that. Also, the community, well, we talked about the community involvement. I like to see the police be more involved in the community, maybe getting we talked about getting a mascot.
Yes, sir.
I think we, especially in Biscayne Park being so small, having the community be involved with the police department, I can see that you're doing that. So again, I'm satisfied with that, but like I said, hopefully you give a lot more information in your reports. I will never get bored of reading a long report, okay? Other commissioners have said, wow, why we need to make it shorter. No, I don't need to make it shorter. I want to know everything that's going on in this village. And because we need to keep the residents informed. Also, you talked about the detectives that you have. It doesn't have to be tonight, but I'd like to have more in details of detectives, what they do. I mean, it's a lot of the detectives, as I spoke to you about, it says they're reserve officers. I think that's something that we as a commissioner in the village needs to know, that, you know, we're not spending money to hire a detective. They're reserve officers, and most of our reserve officers have 20 to 25 years experience. So I'm going to be one commissioner that's going to be against if you even think about getting rid of our reserve officers, because that's just not going to happen, because each officer has about 20 to 25 years. When I was first on the commissioner, I was suggesting that we have reserve officers for $1 a year. I didn't know that the reserve officers have that much experience. So we can never have too many officers in this place, in this village, especially on Halloween and all the other ideas. Okay, again, thank you for the report, and
Thanks.
if you can get us that points, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Just more praise from here. It was a great report, Chief. Thank you very much. Covered a lot of the topics I wanted to talk about, accreditation, traffic updates. So it's all there. And I appreciate you sending the PowerPoint slides. Thanks.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you again. Question on the org chart that you have for the police department versus what we budgeted for. Do you have all your positions filled?
Right now, we're in the process of filling our detective task force position and one part-time traffic position. Those are the only two recent vacancies, or that we kind of experienced. So we're in the process of getting those filled. I'm working with the manager on that, and we should have that rectified soon. The captain that's resigning, that position will get advertised, but that's going to have to fall under our collective bargaining to have a part-time sergeant to do that. So that would be through a testing process. So that will be anticipated with the third one coming up next week or this week. So those should be filled rather soon. We just want to make sure we're filling it with good qualified people that pass a good background and that they're quality. And that's the biggest thing, is teaming up with the managers. We can't be the dumping ground of other agencies. We have to have the best personnel here.
I love to hear that. Anything else regarding that was budgeted for that you're still missing to acquire? You're in the process to acquire to. There was a lot of discussion during budget of what you needed and what we could afford. And sort of we found a middle ground. Where do you stand with that?
Yes, ma'am. Most of everything in the budget right now is kind of on track, and we're moving a lot of the life-saving equipment. We've got the first about 20 trauma bags out there that we're using when we get out. So we are kind of going through and making sure the life-saving equipment, what we can get and getting out there in the field. So the budget-wise, we are meeting pretty much everything that we're lined up to. We had to do slight adjustments and kind of reallocating to prepare for the CBA contract. There were some issues with the retroactive pay, so we're in the process. The manager's been helping very heavily with that to make sure that we can get that fixed. But I don't see us going over. We should be good to go with the budget and having everything that we need and getting it there.
When do you think you would be able to acquire everything within that budget? Do you have a specific timeline?
I would say we could probably have everything roughly by February, right after the new year, kind of get through. we should be able to have everything in line, at least know when we're going to pay for it and have it ready to go.
Commissioner, if I can answer that question for you. So I have a weekly meeting with the chief, and we go over almost everything. So tomorrow, I'm going to meet with him, and one of the things that is on my agenda is to look at the police department budget and to see what was budgeted for last year, what's budgeted for this upcoming fiscal year, and just what exactly is needed, and to make sure that the priorities are set make sure that all our full-time officers have everything that they need.
That was going to be my point, so I'm very glad to see you jump on that. With your experience and having dealt with other police departments and what you've seen, your connections, I'm sure we can find ways to maximize what we have in the budget. And what I would hope for when I ask you for the deadline is that by February, we're staffed the way we're supposed to. We have everything we need. So not come May or June, when we start thinking about budget meetings again, we still don't know if we're missing stuff and what happened. So the idea is that by February, I take your word on it. We have everything that you asked for, that we gave you the money for.
Yes, ma'am.
With the help of the manager, we can make it
Yes, ma'am.
wonderful. And the last point I wanted to touch on, there's a lot that I'll connect with you later on just questions. I don't want to stand it today, but it's specifically on community engagement. You're doing a lot. I really appreciate that. I think the point is to find how to put it out there. Are you looking to do Nextdoor? Are you looking to use our website for it at Space? How are you consistently building a plan to, besides this agenda?
Yes, ma'am. I've actually sat with the manager in our weekly meetings, and we've discussed this and kind of going through it, teaming up with Isa over in the parks. Right now, our plan is to push it out through a multi social media, through Nextdoor, Facebook, Instagram, and our app. And then we're looking, me and the manager, we're looking at several other police departments and see their websites and how we can kind of get information out there to advertise it and get people attracted to it so they can see it. So we've been working very heavily on that. We've been doing a lot more. I provide the manager updates on anything significant so he can get LTC out to the commission. We can get it on the website. So we're trying to get it for multi different social media platforms or informational platforms so that anybody has access to it. We at first we're talking some of it through maybe a police department one, but we have the platform set up through parks. So right now that's where we're kind of teaming up with parks to make sure we push it out through the channels that are established.
So it seems like you're still in the plans of that. So it's all good. My point was just to make sure
Yes, ma'am.
you know, a lot of police departments across the county might have 3 times the people, helping to support. So just to pick one way of communicating consistently besides our website, ways that should host every monthly report you have. But in my opinion, you should find 1-2 ways and just keep those simple, easy to access for everybody. It could be our app, it could be our website. You decide that, and that's the plan to come. But
Yes, ma'am.
that was just going to be my feedback. You have so much going on.
Yes, ma'am.
Put it out there, show it, and then let's keep track of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chief, thanks very much for being with us and for the updates. All right, let's keep going. Parks and Rec Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. First, I would like to address the neighbor who spoke. Give her an update on the library.
Yeah.
So, just respectfully, if I can not avoid pointing fingers and just reassure you that I am doing everything I can to replenish that library and get it back to those numbers that we had before. Let's chop it up to a miscommunication. And we have a number of new books there. We are taking in donations. One of our commissioners just brought me 2 boxes of children's books the other day that we've already restocked. So we are continuing taking donations. We're going to get it back to where it was. We're getting in some new shelving. The foundation has done a great job in helping with the renovations and sprucing up the rec center. So we're getting rid of some of the older bookshelves and some of the older things and looking to bring in new shelving, new ways to space it, and have these kind of nooks and crannies for different age groups in there. So where we're not kind of mixing those ages, which is something we talked about recently. But just want to let you know we are working diligently to bring those books back. That was a little pet thing of mine that I started many years ago, and over the years we accumulated books from just donations, even a school. When Miami Country Day renovated their library, a resident who worked there brought me 3 boxes of books. So it kind of happens like that, and it will come back. But right now, we're just slowly but surely, so we are accepting donations of books. So as your children grow older, please feel free to drop them off to the rec center, and we will restock. But we love having you there. I appreciate your kind words, and please continue to visit us. Winterfest, December 14th. It is my understanding that some were donated, the ones that were in bad shape were gotten rid of. But again, we kind of been here a couple of times, so I just kind of want to move forward with it, and hopefully that in the future we'll just have a better line of communication with the boards and the departments, and so we don't see things like that happen again.
On that, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Of course.
thank you, Isa. And I think I actually donated a box to you. I don't know if you remember, for my kids.
Absolutely.
And I was like, please take care of this. Books mean so much. I didn't see them. So I'm also disappointed, a lot of that, missing, but a lot was cleaned up and renovated, and that there is a process. I wanted to talk about that. Is there a clear process between the foundation and you in terms of making sure that when do we get access to things? That was the whole sort of back and forth we've had. How do we stay on that topic?
I think because that got lost in the transition of changing managers, that's something that the manager and I will have to sit down and reattack with the board of the foundation, whether it's going in and sitting in one of their meetings or having to sit down with the members of that board and kind of get back on track. I just think that got lost in the mix of the transition, which kind of happened, obviously, as we know,
A lot
we were
happened.
right in the moment of that. So I can take the lead on that, and I'll work with the manager to
you.
make sure we get that handled, and so we're all on the same page.
I love that. I appreciate that very much. So, Mr. Manager, if you can connect, because that was part of just making sure that we're all on the same page moving forward, and that we continue to blossom the rec in the way it has. So, appreciate it.
May I make a quick comment about the book situation?
Certainly.
I also dropped off some books. I told you I was bringing books. Mine aren't kid-friendly, but there's a bunch of gardening books and some other adult stuff there. But regarding the books, it's just a good reminder that for years you spearheaded that effort that stocked that library up in the first place. And now we have this app that we're not utilizing well enough, in my opinion, and it's on the agenda. It's been on the agenda since May, I think. Maybe tonight we'll actually talk about it. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but not much. But those are the kind of things that we push out on the app and that folks see. And I've never been invited to the Mother's Text group that's going around the village, but I know another commissioner is active on there. So maybe that's something we could get the message out to those people like, hey, Christmas is coming up and kids get books and it's time. I know a lot of parents, my family especially, it's like holiday time. They clear out the toys and the books because they know more stuff is coming. So maybe it's a good time to say, hey, share your books.
Happen, and I think a part of that was people saying, hey, I donated books, I don't see them, or what. So that's why, to your point, checking on the process so we
Yeah.
take advantage moving forward. So
Just, it's, repetitive,
Yes.
every couple of weeks or months, get that message out.
Yeah.
There's always someone new moving in. There's always someone leaving and books are the worst thing to move, I'll tell you, from having packed a million books recently, that, there's always books available. So love to see it restocked some more.
And definitely, I will send out a blast once we transition with the shelving, so my office doesn't look more
Yeah.
crazy.
Isa, thanks for the update on the books. I appreciate you addressing the concerns that we've heard and giving us an update there. So launching to the rest, do you have anything else in your report you want to bring to our attention before we just kind of ask questions?
Any questions? December 14th, obviously, is Winterfest. As commissioners have in the past, we invite you to participate in the police parade that leaves from Village Hall here. I know you discussed the possibility of getting some additional vehicles there. Also, we have the bin decorating contest, which is for resident families, that's sponsored by Great Waste. If any of you are available to be judges there, but definitely would love your families to participate first and foremost.
On that point, Issa, very quickly, I apologize, Commissioner, I know you want to chime in too. Just very quickly on the report, or update the report, just want to say very quickly, Halloween election, all well done. I know we've talked about it, but all well done. As always, as we've come to expect from your running that department. Looking forward to Winterfest, and having had the opportunity to see you in action in the flag football clinic there, want to just kind of say well done with that as well. It seemed like you had a lot of kids out for that, so that's exciting.
I already talked to the chief, but I think you also, the Toys for Tot. Remember, we used to always have a box. Are we going to have that this year? Do you know
So, last year, obviously, we got canceled because
Of
of
course.
a potential storm.
Yeah.
The year before, I removed the Toys for Tots logo because they just get so overwhelmed, and their closest location for a drop-off
Hialeah, right?
is Hialeah, but you still have to schedule an appointment for your drop-off or get in advance. And their cutoff date is before our Winterfest event. So my goal is to work with the chief and some of these families that we dealt with in these past holidays to find any resident families in need. We'll accept toy donations, new and unwrapped. If not, then we'll find a local organization to donate them to. Every year, people always bring stuff. I never want to turn things away, but I also don't want those things to be not recorded to us actually making sure they find a home. So we'll be accepting. Unfortunately, the Toys for Tots just doesn't work.
Even if we don't do the Toys for Tots,
right.
but
No,
the
definitely.
toys has always been good. We've been getting a lot of people donating it.
Absolutely.
And so I think we should be able to still do that starting now, to Christmas, and then we can always give it, because I talked to the chief already about that, but I also wanted to talk to you.
In the past, the previous years, we have one resident who her job does a toy drive, and every year she brings us their whole toy drive. So we are kind of locked in on making sure those toys find homes. So we definitely always have toys to find. This year, we'll just have to find an organization that we think that we can work with to get that done.
May I ask one more quick question? The electronic waste bin, is that being used? Because I went there and it was really full when I put some stuff in it, and then I went back and it was empty. So it looks like you had it empty.
Absolutely. They're very good about coming in
Yeah.
and emptying out. I give them a call, and once I see it getting almost there, because
Yeah.
one printer away from
Right.
the top being open, they're absolutely good. They were on vacation. As soon as they got back, they came and emptied
Awesome.
it.
I put it on
Since
next
we've
door
had
every
it, I
once in
think
a
we've
while.
emptied it maybe 6 times.
Oh,
So
that's a lot of electronic
No, they
waste
are
not
very
going into the
surprised
dump.
for the size of our community. They've been very surprised of how often we have to call. So people are actually definitely using it.
I put it on next door every once in a while. I think I put it in an e-blast within the past couple of months, and there's always a certain number of people are hearing it for the first time. So anytime you think, oh, everyone knows about something, they don't, But people always hear, I didn't know that. And I always, on Nextdoor, I select all the surrounding neighborhoods as well, and people from the shores I know are bringing stuff over too. So just great to have fewer electronic waste going in the landfill. So thank you for that.
Yeah, there's just one thing. One of the organizations that you can help, there's Foster Kids, because I was involved in that. There's Foster Kids, the Children Home Society, and they can always use the kids, because when I had my 3 grandkids living with me, we got money from the system for, the gifts, because I was a foster parent, but they didn't get as much. So I think that's a program we need to, if you need help in that, I'll be glad to help you with that. But I think that's a program that is very good, Foster Kids, and also Children Miami Home Society. So there's a lot of organizations that they will be glad that they will pick up the toys. And so I'm willing to work with you on that.
Please, thank you.
Issa, I'll keep mine really brief. In your report, I see we're talking about new programming, boot camps, and youth dance classes. I'm glad to see we're talking about new programming coming to the rec center. I'm always in support of adding more programs wherever we can. And I'm glad to hear more shelving coming, because I have 3 kids. Christmas is coming. I'm glad you got those boxes of donations. You'll probably be getting more soon. It's not spring, but it is spring cleaning coming up soon.
Any other questions for the director before we move it on? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Issa, thanks very much for being here. Appreciate the update. Public Works is next.
Yes, hello, good evening, commissioners, and good evening.
Evening, John.
Speak up some.
Is there anything specific you want to update us with before we just kind of talk about your report?
No, just, you know what I'm saying, go easy on me for the first time. That's all.
Well, so John, I have just a
Mhm.
couple of very quick things for you. Can you give us just an update on the additional maintenance worker that was
This maintenance
budgeted?
worker.
Yeah.
I don't know, saying if we have it, I'm kind of online yet, but I'm really hoping to get one or two.
Is that something that, well, we have the one budgeted,
Mhm.
but something that we can maybe get with the manager and the clerk about if it's, do we know, has it been advertised?
I haven't had the opportunity to sit with the manager yet to get those things in line, but John and I have talked about it, and I'm in the process of writing the advertisement and the description, get it to the manager, get his approval, and go from there.
Okay, so you know then, John, what you need to kind of help include as far as what you're looking for, I guess. Okay, great. So it's a shame that Amy left because the potholes is something you and I just talked about when you were gracious enough to give me a ride home from the Thanksgiving lunch. So I know we talked a little bit about it, but can you kind of, not to put you on the spot, but maybe kind of give us kind of an idea of how your department is kind of tackling some of those potholes?
Well, I'm saying, so we had to order some, I'm saying some asphalt. It should be here. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, at the end of the week, and then I could start saying doing potholes. But I'm saying if we could have, you know what I'm saying, the line, that's an item, you know what I'm saying, me and the manager would speak down, you know what I'm saying, sit down and speak about it, because we may have to have this going every month, you know, so we could get all of them, you know what I'm saying, filled in, because they're all a lot.
Certainly. Yeah. I don't know if the one that she was talking about seeing all the way down, but I know there's one on 111 that's
11,
very deep.
on 119, I'm saying, I
Yeah,
have a
there's-
list,
there's-
I have a long list of it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's, you know, if that's something you can keep an eye on for us and work with the manager
Okay.
on kind of prioritizing,
As
finding
soon
out
as
where
we
to get.
get the, you know what I'm saying, the asphalt, you know what I'm saying, we'll be out there working.
Wonderful. Okay. And very quickly, I noticed some of the holiday decorations we have out. Can you just give us an update? Some of the manager and I talked about the village sign out here. Kind of we're going to be adding the holiday decorations there. Are you going to be purchasing any new decorations? That's something we budgeted for.
Well, we have a lot there, you know what I'm saying, we're trying to go through to see if the light's still working, you know what I'm saying, if need be, then I could go, you know what I'm saying, order some more.
John and I have talked about the sign, and he, I think a few weeks back, pressure cleaned it, so you should see a different a sign out there, a more attractive sign. But there's sprinklers out there that John was in a process of this week fixing the pump so that we could plant some plants in front of the sign and also put some decorations out there during the Christmas season.
Excellent. Isa, you had your hand up on the.
So sticking to our budget, that the decoration is actually in my department. So we just ordered a garland that's going to go completely across the sign, which will be accented by the 2 wreaths that we had last year. And then we also got some wreaths for here for the log cabin that are new and they're weather resistant. So hopefully they'll last us a couple years. So a little bit of money out of that line item, but that tomorrow will be here, the garland and the wreath.
That'll work.
Thank you for the assist, Isa.
Teamwork, you know what I'm saying, make the dream work.
That's great. John, I appreciate it. Those are all kind of the items I'd like to discuss. So thanks for being here with us. I'm going to go ahead and turn over to the other commissioners.
Real quickly, first of all, I get so many compliments about you and your staff. I'm sure you hear it all the time, but just so you hear it here in a meeting, compliments all the time from residents. They love our public works staff. So
I
thank you for
appreciate
having
that,
such a
sir,
great
and I
team.
appreciate the residents for recognizing.
The staghorn fern that you were waiting for a location for, and that's when Isa was overseeing both departments and I can't tell you what to do. I'm just hoping that staghorn would get up. So it's still over there at Public Works, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just hope that could get to its rightful public home somewhere because it was donated by village residents who gave it to the village to be put on public display. And it's a glorious plant for those of you who have not seen it. So I'm hoping it can get put up somewhere. And Parks and Parkways did find a location that Isa, I think, sort of everyone agreed on, from what I remember at a meeting. So I hope that gets up. The welcome signs, that's in the budget again for this year to get some of the welcome signs up. Do we know when that might happen, Al?
So, Commissioner, I'm trying to have a weekly meeting with all the department directors so that we can go over each of their budgets and make sure that their capital needs are purchased at the beginning of the fiscal year instead of at the end of the fiscal year.
So we can actually get things done.
Right.
Yeah, because some of the things that these guys do are just so visible, and when we get these things done that are so visible, it makes residents really happy when they see beautiful plant, they see the new welcome signs. It's all of that makes people feel like something really is getting done. Lots getting done, but they can see something, tangible. And I'm very happy to hear whoever asked about the status of the worker that we budgeted, because that's a big get for you, is to get another. It's a part-time person, yeah, a part-timer, yeah. But that's a big gain for you in that department. Okay, that's it.
All right, thank you.
John, I want to echo what Commissioner Kennedy said, that you guys do an excellent job. I personally had some potholes in front of my house. I saw you guys out there fixing them maybe 2 weeks ago, and they got patched. I just hope that as we're fixing these potholes, we start identifying our real problem areas that probably patches aren't going to fix. And hopefully, working with the manager, we can start identifying where we need to do more major repairs, because they're definitely out there that all the asphalt we could buy at Home Depot is not going to fix that problem.
Yes, sir.
Start identifying those problems. And that's something I advocated for when we passed CIP, was doing a road study so we can just start identifying these problem areas. And now that we have 2025 CIP coming in, we have funds to do road repairs, we start identifying and forwarding them up to the manager. This road needs to be repaved. We can't patch that anymore.
Yes, sir. Sound will do.
Guess what? I'm going to talk about roads. Same thing. Everybody talks about this, but I just wanted to say, if I'm not mistaken, on the CIP, we did have $30,000 allocated for it. So I would just double check that with the manager, that there is some budget that we put aside to go and repair at least the surface areas of the worst parts of the village. If that hasn't been done because of timing, maybe there is a collaboration we can do with some other contract that exists. We recently had the county over here. They have the machinery going through the village, parked, at the village. So just understanding what North Miami is doing, Shores is doing, so we can maybe use the money, hire them, and get that all done in, 2-month span. Because for us, with the current load that you guys have, missing one worker that you identified you need might be a challenge. So I just wanted to bring that up so it can be talked with the manager and just check on the budget to see if that's feasible. And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
the other part related to the lights, I did see some lights that were off. And I'll address directly
You
which
mean the
one.
street lights?
Yeah, street lights, so we can, and I believe those are ours. I'll touch base on the address that I took note. But I don't know if, there's other areas I might be missing, and you guys are not here at night, so
Right.
that might be an opportunity just to work with the police department, or, just to find out exactly where it's happening. I have only take note of 2. So, something to work with them as well.
Okay.
And thank you, and for being a great neighbor.
I'm saying, appreciate everything, and I'll get with the manager, saying he said that we're gonna have a meeting tomorrow, so we sit down and talk about it.
Thank you, John.
I want to thank the good work that you do. As I ran on one of the items that I met with the previous one, and that this good part about Biscayne Park is because of our sanitation. If we see dead animals in the street, you guys would always clean it up. If we see the trees being high, you would always cut it back. And as I spoke to you before, and I spoke to the city manager, one of my agenda items that I'm going to bring in the future is to bring back in-house the garbage and stuff like that. So I'll talk to you more about that, but just to let you know through the
So
commission.
garbage and trash, right?
Yeah, well, I already have the numbers, and it could also save the residents a lot of money. So I do have the facts and figures to prove that. So I'll definitely bring that up in the next agenda item, but that's towards you guys, because you guys are doing a great job.
Appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Well, John, thanks for being here with us. Keep up the good work, and we're looking forward to hearing more from you in the future.
All right.
Thank you, John.
Okay. I'm saying everybody have a good night.
You too. All right, so I know we don't have, I know we don't have code listed, but I know we have our director here. I don't know if there's anything that she'd like to, I'm gonna put her on the spot. I see her shaking her head no. Okay. Well, I appreciate you being here with us, Doreen. I also, I know we don't have our attorney on here, but I think there was something that you wanted to bring to our attention, Brad, so I'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, and I had provided you all with regards to the firm search, the recruiting search. I've gotten 2 responses from firms. One is based here in Florida, which is the Colin Basinger and Associates, and another one which is Ralph Anderson and Associates. They're based out of California. However, they've had several Florida clients. I've provided you all their backgrounds. What I asked them to do was just to provide a brief background and structure about their firm so that you had something to look at. And I would ask, I know the clerk has copies of them, just make these a part of the record of the meeting as well. I have not got, I've sent out probably 5 or 6 other responses to other firms. They're not within the state of Florida, and I've not gotten responses. So I will still continue to try to work on getting some responses for you. But as of now, what my intention is to invite these 2 firms to the January meeting to provide, excuse me, proposals to the commission to do the recruiting. I know in speaking with them, they had some pretty good input about salaries and what they would obviously want to do. And they would do it after once they're retained, but I know from talking to them, they may want to also have conversations with the members of the commission, obviously privately, in order to put their proposal together. So they may be reaching out to you to speak to you before the commission meeting, just to get an idea of what you're looking for, what your thoughts are, what the ideal candidate would be, so that they can put together a proposal.
So, thank you, Brad, for the update. Is it your intention, if you hear from any of the other firms or any of the other agencies, to invite all that provide a response to the January meeting?
No, I'm not going to do that. My thought is to pick, and I don't know what firms Madam Clerk has found.
Okay.
I'm sorry? So anyways, so I'm hoping to have at least 3 for you to consider.
Okay.
I'm trying to find a second Florida-based firm, but they're few and far between with regards to there's a lot of recruiting firms out there, but that do governmental recruiting, and municipal recruiting. Is a limited number of firms that do it. Some of them say they do it on their website, and then when I start talking to them about who their clients are and what they've done, and they've done it like here and there, but not really entrenched in the government side. These 2 are, Colin Basinger is almost primarily governmental, and Ralph Anderson and Associates they're a huge company, but they have a very large footprint throughout the United States doing governmental recruiting, and they do have a footprint in the state of Florida as well. So I hope to find one more, like I said, and then present. I'll try to get with the clerk again to see what other ones we have, and we want to get this at least before you by January so that you can make a decision.
Okay, so it will definitely be on the January agenda.
You're going to have firms appearing
Here.
either in person or remotely. I know the Anderson Associates asked if they could appear remotely because they're not based in the state of Florida, and I assured them they could. But you'll have at least these 2 firms make proposals to you, so you have something to select from.
Well, that's a start. Brad, thank you very much. So we'll look forward to hearing from them, possibly individually, but then definitely in January, barring their response.
Provide them your village emails, and they can reach out to you that way if they want to reach out to you and discuss anything.
That works. All right, great, Brad, thank you. So having concluded our reports, let's go to our consent agenda. We'll just, give just a second for our Enzo to join us. So just to recap very quickly, I know we withdrew a few of those items. 9A and 9I were withdrawn. Then 9B, D, and E were taken off for discussion. So as to the remaining consent agenda, I will ask for a motion and a second to approve the amended.
I'll make a motion to approve consent items 9C as in Charlie, F as in Frank, G as in George, H as in Harry.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm
Aye.
sorry.
Yes.
Like, as I was coming in, I didn't grasp everything you said.
Sorry, let me recap for you. The amended consent agenda, the items that were withdrawn from consent were 9A and 9I. Those were withdrawn entirely from this agenda.
9A,
9A, yep, and 9I, which is the last minutes, final minutes item. Those will be brought back to the commission. 9B.
yeah.
9B, 9D,
Yes.
and 9E were taken off consent, so we could just discuss. I'm sorry?
So what's left for approval?
CFGH is what I made the motion
See?
for.
Correct.
Got it.
So that's the motion that we have pending.
And F.
And I think we have yeses from everyone. I think we're just waiting on yours.
Thank you. Yes.
We got a yes. That's 5. Okay. All right, great. So let's go to our ordinances then. Our first ordinance 10A, 2024-10. Brad, would you mind please reading it onto the record for us?
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending section 16.2, development permit, section 16.3, building permits of chapter 16, permits and certificates of the Biscayne Park Land Development Code to clarify development permit process and the role of the Planning and Design Review Board, as well as to ensure the provisions contained therein are in conformity with the Florida Building Code, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for repealer, and providing for an effective date.
Thanks, Brad. So do I have a motion and a second to approve it before we get to public comment?
I make a motion to approve it.
We have
It's 2410 amended LDC section 16.2.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this ordinance? Going once, going twice, seeing none. None on Zoom. Okay. No public comment. So let's go ahead and move to discussion and open the floor if there's any discussion on the first reading of the ordinance.
So Mayor, the police chief and I had a meeting with the village attorney and went over this. This is as a result of some changes to state statute. And it was we all agreed that this would be in the best interest of the village if we pass this ordinance at this time.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Manager. Are there any questions or discussion points on the ordinance before we move to vote?
No. But Brad, since we started this conversation before and now we're going to finish it tonight, could you explain again, just so we're all clear about this registry that has to be created and how that works? You were telling us about that before.
The
The registry of people who request email.
So
mail.
that's a different ordinance. That's not this particular
I
ordinance.
thought it was part of this one.
This ordinance is dealing with your Planning and Design Review Board.
Right.
and the review
that was
process.
specifically only for the
Correct. So
the new noticing system.
So what the reason for this amendment is that the legislature passed a statute.
I understand. I thought it pertained to this one.
This has nothing to do with the public notices. No.
I got it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so if there's no questions or discussion on it, I go ahead and ask the clerk to call the roll on this one.
Mayor Groff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yeah. Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Samara.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0 on first reading.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so our next ordinance under 10B, and Brad, just tell me if I'm going too fast for you. Our ordinance under 10B is 2024-11A. Would you, Brad, please read it onto the record for us?
Yes, sir. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Chapter 11, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions to create Article 7, titled Public Camping and Sleeping Prohibited, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Brad, thank you. Do I have a motion and a second on the ordinance before we ask for public comment?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Any public comment on this ordinance before we move to discuss? Going once, going twice, okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and move the ordinance into discussion. Brad, I just have one question for you on the definitions there that we had previously discussed.
Yes. Just looking for it.
Okay,
Give me 1 second.
sure. And not to preempt the conversation, but I think that you had mentioned that
Yes.
there will be a slight change coming back on second
What I'm
read.
proposing, and the reason this came up, this afternoon, I had the opportunity to lecture with another group of attorneys up in the Palm Beach County Bar Association
So you're an expert on this.
on this, becoming one slowly but surely. And so when I was listening to myself talk and listening to some of the other speakers and I'm thinking about the ordinance, there was one provision that I would just want to modify because it's not really defined. So if you look in the definition section in 11-151 and you look at 1B where it says lodging or residing overnight in an outdoor space where a tent or other temporary shelter, overnight, and it also references overnight when it comes to motor vehicles in subsection D. The overnight is not defined, and overnight, as I've learned today, was interpreted by several lawyers in several different ways. Anything from at night to from sundown to sunrise to several other definitions. So I took the liberty of looking up overnight in Webster's dictionary to see what definition would fit best. And what I would suggest is to define overnight as during the night.
Like related to the sun being down.
Night after, yeah, so it's any time after sundown, before sunup. If somebody is camping in public property as defined in the statute, it would, or this ordinance, it would be a violation. As opposed to having it interpreted from sundown to sunup, and then in order to enforce it, an officer would have to be able to testify that they saw the person from sundown and still there at the time of sunup.
So it's, they would have to be there the entire time.
If we
So if
leave,
someone was there and left at 2 a.m, that would not, then they could not cite them.
right, and that was the concern that was brought up, is if you leave a time frame, then people can spend 6-7 hours, quote unquote, camping, and then get up before the time frame ends, and they haven't violated the ordinance. So if an individual, the way it would be worded is overnight will be defined as after dark.
They do not have to be there the entire time.
They do not.
If they're camping for any amount of time while it's dark,
It's a violation.
it's a
of the
violation.
ordinance. Now, enforcement is another discussion, but I'm just, for the purposes of the amendment, that's how I would define overnight.
Okay.
And I would ask that if you're going to pass the ordinance, to pass it as amended, as I've discussed. I'll have it provide, the actual language provided in second reading.
I have
Okay.
one real quick thing.
Sure.
Were you done with yours?
I was just gonna say, leave it to a bunch of lawyers to argue about the definition of a word like that, but go ahead.
Nighttime is, hey, those lawyers, Jonathan. So this is an odd thing, but I thought of this because I'm thinking rec center, and when I was a kid, there were events at our local, it was a rec center, I guess. It wasn't in my direct community, but there was every summer a big camp out that the group sponsored, and we would all take sleeping bags and we'd go camp out on this big field. It was a big thing. We don't do that, Isa. You might want to perk your ears up. We don't do that. But if we wanted to, if the village wanted to, or a Boy Scout troop wanted to have a camp out on our field and use our facility because it has bathrooms, would this preclude them would this preclude the village from having a village sanctioned camping kind of experience?
The simple answer is no. And if you look at section 11-152(1)(b), it says it shall be unlawful for any person to engage in public camping or sleeping or on or in any public place within the village unless camping for recreational purposes on property designated such purpose. So the village could designate a piece of property for the purposes of camping for a
Specific event, because we don't have anything designated like camping site,
Correct.
KOA sign. We could designate it, this is a camping facility for tonight only, and these people are allowed to camp there.
Yes.
Would that preclude certain people from camping there?
Well, so the simple answer was yes.
Okay.
If you're allowing, it's going to depend on the circumstances and how you structure the event with regards to whether or not other members of the public would be able to do the same thing on that property at the same time.
And you determine the village only for village sanctioned events?
Well, look at A. 1A says specifically authorized for that purpose by the village manager. So if they were having, like you said, like a Boy Scout troop come up and they could just go to the manager.
He
and
could
say-
just authorize it.
Yeah, if he just
Fair
says
enough.
yes.
As long as that door's not closed for us, that's my only question.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and Commissioner, to answer your question, what you've described would be a village sanctioned event, which we probably would issue a permit for. And these other things that are addressed in the ordinance are unsanctioned.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Manager, thank you. So are there any other questions about the first read of the ordinance? Hearing none. Okay. So taking into consideration the amendment that Brad has brought to our attention for second read, I guess we'll just expect to have it back with that update. So in that case, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on the ordinance?
Mayor Groh,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Samara.
Yes.
The item passes on first reading.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so on to our final ordinance, and that is ordinance 10C. It's item 10C, ordinance 2024-09. Brad, if you wouldn't mind, please reading this onto the record for us.
Commissioner Kennedy, I think this is the one that you were asking the question about, or Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Chapter 2 definitions and Chapter 8 environmental management of the village's land development code to provide for a definition of publication and to eliminate the requirement for newspaper publication, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Brad, thank you. This is, and just a reminder, this is our second read for this ordinance. So do I have a motion and a second before we open to public comment?
Motion to approve for discussion.
Okay, any public comment? Looking around, seeing none. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and move it into discussion. Are there any questions? Well, I guess let's just start, Mac, with the question that you. Okay. All right, good. So any other questions about the ordinance before we call the roll? None.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just point out, there's been no changes between first and second reading.
Okay. Helpful. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Okay, so having no questions or discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for this ordinance?
Mayor Groh,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Samara.
Yes.
The item passes on second reading 5-0.
Madam Clerk, thank you. All right, that wraps up our ordinances. So our next section, without throwing our resolutions under this, but we can go back to our resolutions that were brought down from consent, which is, the first one we have is 9B, and that's Resolution 2024-53, which is the commission meeting schedule.
I asked that to be pulled, Jonathan, because when I went through the dates, November 4th is the general election for Miami-Dade County. I asked Pamela if Biscayne Park would be a polling place and if an election would be taking place here, and I believe now she's telling us yes. Is that correct, Pamela?
Possibility. so,
Possibly.
yeah.
So I think we should look at a different date for that one.
Okay, so very quickly, the motion, do we have a motion on the resolution to approve so we can discuss?
Motion to approve.
In a second?
Second.
Okay, great. So, good point, Matt, good catch on the conflict. So then, Madam Clerk, if we can move the November meeting, looks like 11th? Yeah, well, it's Veterans Day. What's that? No, I'm not suggesting we do it on Veterans Day.
The other Tuesdays are the 18th and the 25th.
Gosh, all the way to the 18th. Well, the week after, the last full week of November is Thanksgiving, so I wouldn't want to do that. I think the 18th is probably the logical.
Does it have to be a Tuesday? Could we just,
was
could we just do it on November 5th, a Wednesday?
Yeah, or that Monday, the Monday before.
Well, Pamela has a big day the following day. She's the only one who has to go to work early the next day.
Pamela, is the day after the election, would that be very difficult for you?
The day after is not a problem.
Day after, so Brad, to your knowledge, do we have any issues with having it on a Wednesday?
I think it's in our.
I know, I think if my memory serves me right, it's in your charter. But let me see.
In the charter too.
There's a planning meeting on Monday the 3rd, just so we know. Wide open Wednesday the 5th.
Okay.
They have this for next year already?
It's, yeah, because it's set certain first Monday of every month.
So if we can, if we're able to, then I think the following day is fine. If not, then we'll just jump out to the 18th. But yeah, holding it that late in the month
So
would be
you
less than
can.
ideal.
So your charter provision states that your regular meetings are supposed to be held at 7 PM on the first Tuesday of each month at Village Hall. The meeting time may be changed by resolution if approved by majority of the commission.
Which is what we're doing. right now.
By this resolution.
All right, so then we can do it on Wednesday. If we move it to Wednesday, this is within the resolution, so then we're able to do it in accordance with the charter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so any issues with moving the November date to that Wednesday, the 5th? Around, seeing none, okay. All right, so then we'll do the,
Pointing out dates, last year for July, we moved the meeting because it was the week of July 4th. This one falls on July 1st, so we're pretty close to that date. And then also September 2nd is the day after Labor Day. So just pointing out those two dates.
good point.
Was it last year for that same reason?
Reasons we changed last year.
No, good point, good point. Okay, so then the next Tuesday in July is the week after is the 8th, and I don't see any holidays or anything. So do we have any issues moving to the 8th? July. July 25 would be, the meeting would be on the 8th, which is technically the second Tuesday.
That's fine.
Okay, and then September 9th. Yeah, it's because the Tuesday is the day after Labor Day. So any issues if we move to September 9, which is the second Tuesday? None, seeing none. Okay, so then the changes are November 5, 2025, September 9, 2025, and July 8, 2025. No, we moved it to the Wednesday. Yep.
So I'll amend my motion to reflect those dates.
The motion will reflect those dates. Okay, so we have all those. Do we have, do we have a consensus on the amended resolution? Yes? Yes? Okay, okay, consensus on that. 9B, as amended. Okay, great. So let's go to 9D, which is Resolution 2024-55. So these are kind of pulled for the same reason, just kind of the acknowledgement, which is, well, we have to do it separately anyway. So, Mr. Attorney, would you please read the resolution for us?
Resolution's read.
Well, we got to do them one at a time, I think.
They're on consent, so there's still consent.
We moved them off consent.
So 9D is a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving and ratifying the renewal of its insurance liability coverage through Preferred Governmental Insurance Trust for the contract period of October 1, 2024 through September 30th, 2025, in an amount of $249,313 and providing for an effective date.
Okay, great. Thanks, Brad. Do I have a motion in a second?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, open for discussion.
So I asked this to be pulled because anything that has, a dollar sign attached to it, I look at closely and see what's going on. And it's good news is the reason I pulled it. And I just want this to be said out loud and for everyone to be aware, if you didn't look at it closely. The liability insurance, the amount is $249,313 is what is in the resolution. What we budgeted, I called Paul today, and he sent me a spreadsheet, Sharon sent me a spreadsheet. We budgeted a total of $347,821. So we came in 28% lower than budget. So that's a lot of money that we save. So I'm not certain if we could have done better at budget time, and I'm not pointing figures, I'm just saying it's either, yay, we landed in some money for whatever reason. I never think of insurance ever going down, or we could have looked at it more closely. But that's a lot of money. That's a huge difference in the amount of money in that one line item. It's equal to 0.2 millage. So that's a chunk of money, that we're saving in that part of the budget. So I talked to Paul and he confirmed that for me today. And then I'm going to say the same thing about the next one, which is workers' comp. It's 174 and change versus 190, which is 8.5% lower as well than what was in the budget. So we're coming in under budget on both of these items, which is good news.
Definitely good news. Maybe it's something we can ask Paul about when he's here about maybe budget for the next budget cycle, saying should we be looking at a lower amount? But yes, but good news. Okay, so do we have any other discussion on the resolution? Hearing none. Okay, and do we have a consensus on the approval of the resolution or on the motion on that resolution?
Yes.
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 Okay, great. Okay, that's 9D. 9E, I know it's very similar, obviously, but Brad, if you wouldn't mind, please reading Resolution 2024-56 for us.
Sir. Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving and ratifying the renewal of its workers' compensation and employers' liability insurance coverage agreement with Preferred Governmental Insurance Trust for the contract period of October 1, 2024 through September 30th, 2025, in the amount of $174,191 and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Brad, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve in a second?
I make a motion to approve it. 2024-56.
Second.
Okay, great. I know, Mac, you made your comments, so we know it. Are there any other comments about this resolution before we vote?
Save the money, that's what I meant.
Saving money. Seeing no others? Okay. Do we have a consensus on the resolution?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Very good. All right, so that closes out our resolutions and moves us into our discussion agenda. And we have a few that have been removed, so let me just make sure I got this correctly. 12A, 12C, 12K have been withdrawn. 12D, I'm sorry, yes, you're right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Just
Go ahead, I'll slow down.
12A, Jonathan?
Correct. Yes, so,
Staying. 12C is staying, yeah?
no,
He's been
move
removed.
that one as well. And then
12D.
12D?
12D.
That's the one that you said Veronica told you.
Yep, correct. I got your message. And then 12K,
D is staying, E is staying, F and G.
and we're combining G,
I'm sorry, the two budget things.
yeah, we're combining those.
K is pulled.
Yep. But I think that's it. I think it's just those 1, 2, 3, 4 items, and then the combination of the two. So our new
yeah,
number,
okay.
so our new number 1 is going to be your August item.
Is that when it came from, or is it really August?
Yes.
Kind of lost.
It is. So 12B is our first discussion item, Mac, which is yours on the
Add a
fifth.
new item.
Okay.
Just because. Why not? Veronica, is today your birthday? Okay, so that stuck in my brain back last January when we passed our calendar, and you said at December meeting is my birthday. I had I put things on my calendar. I had the best of intentions to wake up and bake you a cake this morning, and life got ahead of me. But I went and got you some cupcakes, so I had some cupcakes for you guys. So guys, take.
Thank you so
Shall we
much.
sing to her? Shall we spare her that?
Please, go ahead. and-
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Veronica. Happy birthday to you. Grab a cupcake and
Thank you
pass it
very
down.
much, guys. Thank you.
There's cupcakes up here, guys.
I am very pleased to say, just turning 30 years old. No,
It's a milestone.
it's a milestone for sure.
Come grab a
So
cupcake.
much. That's very sweet. I
You're welcome. If
appreciate
you have to
that.
work on your birthday, damn it, you should get a cupcake.
So good. So good. Thank you.
You had some fun today before tonight.
Yeah, it was, I mean, it was a rough day, but it was a beautiful day.
You go to Art Basel.
I tried and it was insane. That's why it took me 2 hours to get here. I'll know better next time, but it was a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Glad you had a nice birthday.
Mac, thank you. Thanks for bringing these, Mac.
Welcome.
Veronica, happy birthday.
I'm Serene. She's coming for a cupcake. Like, I love those cupcakes. John, come get a cupcake. Okay. So this discussion item is a result of, it's been so long since I wrote it. I should have reread it. This is a discussion about fences. So we addressed our McMansion ordinance and we wrote some rules and as a result, and even before that was passed, and in some ways unrelated to that altogether, there's some very large homes going up in Biscayne Park, and we're all very fully aware of that. So some real big houses are going up. Oh, thank you, Dan. I was approached by one neighbor and I told him I would sponsor this on his behalf, and he's not the only person experiencing this. His name is Augustin Conti and he lives on 120th Street. If you guys don't know him, he and his family have lived there for longer than I have. I think he's been there 12, 15 years, something. And a very large home is going up behind him. Now, to be clear, and I just want to be clear about this, I'm not saying that house was approved before our new ordinance went into effect, but the back wall of the property is not, it does meet our current standards. So it's not, and I'm not saying that house is a problem. It's in no way a problem. It met our standards before, it meets our standards now, but it overpowers his backyard and their life has changed dramatically. So I don't know if any of you have met him. He told me that he was going to reach out to you and ask you guys to come look at what he's experiencing with his children in his backyard and ask, Mac, what can be done short of, plant taller bushes and hope that a storm doesn't take them out. And he specifically said, do you think it would be a reasonable thing? And he's very nice about it, by the way. He's a very nice guy. He said, do you think it would be a reasonable thing for us to look at the code regarding fences to allow people more obstruction to these big homes that are going up? The house behind him has a second-story balcony space that peers right over his yard. And quite frankly, and again, in full transparency, you would have to build a 100-foot fence to completely shield him from view. But I'm not suggesting a fix here tonight. I'm letting you guys know the problem exists. It existed before we changed some of our code regarding these, what I call McMansions. And the problem continues and people are impacted in pretty significant ways that they don't fully realize until one goes up next to them, and other residents are now experiencing the same thing. I was approached by another resident with the exact same topic. Actually, she was here in a meeting not too long ago complaining about it. But is this something that you guys want to discuss? Because I'm not suggesting we fix it tonight, but if it's something you want to discuss, I think we should put it on an agenda and have our planning board take a look at it and see what they might say. And what I'm saying is, do you want to start the process? If enough of us think the process is important enough that we should start it, then we can start the process. And if not, then it ends here tonight. But I told him that I would bring it to you. And I will leave my personal views of it out. I'm just sort of stating the case.
So Commissioner, you're talking about amending the code to increase the height of
it could be that, yeah, it could be that.
a fence or a wall,
Yeah.
to greater than 6 foot.
Yeah.
Let me address that in one way. I think the best fence between the two neighbors is a hedge. And our code does not restrict the height of a hedge. And much like other jurisdictions I've worked in, we did not regulate the height of a hedge. And many people planted the hedge to correct the problem that you have just addressed.
I understand that completely. Plants are not a permanent thing. Plants, take years to grow to heights. Depending on the plant, they can take years to grow to an impactful height. They can still be seen through and to some degree. They're subject to disease, to being killed in storms, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all. But yes, it would be, do we want to look at the fence part of our ordinance specific to that issue?
Oh, I think the point that I don't know what I mean, I will start by saying I don't know what the solution would be, and I wouldn't be opposed to having Brad maybe take a look at what other land codes say to that effect. Certainly wouldn't be opposed to it. I think there's two issues that I could see potentially developing based on what we see is one, if I don't know how we would word it to, this would be a question that Brad would have to answer for us, how we would word it to limit it to this very specific scenario. If you're building, or if your neighbor's building a property that's over X amount of feet high, then you can build. It's like it sounds like a conditional sort of thing.
Could be a reverse kind of a thing. I thought of that already. And that's why I didn't want to sort of suggest anything. I just wanted to see if you guys want to have the conversation. It could be a reverse, that it becomes a requirement at the new property.
Right. Yeah. So, and that's kind of how I'm trying to mentally work through it. It would have to be something that, Brad would have to work up for us on how it would be. Because it would have to be narrow, because otherwise you might, if it became too broad, you could have anyone erecting a 10-foot tall fence all around the neighborhood. Now all of a sudden, everybody's kind of enclosed in their own yards. So it would have to be, certainly have to be narrow. And I think the only other, to the manager's point, landscaping, because we allow for landscaping. I mean, that's something that we've talked about with respect to variances. When we say variances, well, hey, have you tried putting a plant up? So, this is not the same process. I get that, but it's certainly, it's sort of similar. So I'm kind of up in the air. I don't really have a direct answer. I wouldn't be opposed to having Brad look at it and say, is there a solution? But it would just have to be, I mean, it just seems like a very narrow thing that would have to come back to us.
So I'm conflicted here. I have a strong opinion that I think there's a need for us to fix a problem where these McMansions are taking away privacy to our neighbors. And, you buy a house and there's a small house next door to you and it gets torn down, and all of a sudden a McMansion gets a 2-story mega McMansion gets built next to you. There's a loss of privacy that wasn't there when you bought. But I also am adamantly against adding height to our fences, because Florida Building Code is written for a reason. Our building code is written for a reason. Hurricanes might knock down plants. They will definitely knock down 10-foot fences. And you don't know where they're going to go. They might go in your yard. They might go in your neighbor's yard. So if you erect a 10-foot fence, that is a huge sail to a hurricane. To me, I would be adamantly against adding that. I would have a question for Brad. Is it possible, since we previously discussed adding a landscape review to our building process, could we require mature landscaping be put in when you are putting in these McMansions, these 2-story buildings, put in by the builder of the new building?
You could require certain landscaping. I would have to, but you've adopted the Miami-Dade landscaping code.
And we're not enforcing it.
Well, I understand you're not enforcing it, but you need to make sure that there is nothing that you would do that's contrary to it.
Which is, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something else that still needs to be addressed, is that is not being executed in any way. So if we were to add to that, more for them to execute, which is fine, but we need to execute that altogether anyway. So that's, okay, I want to hear what the rest of you think. Again, I'm right with you, Ryan. I'm kind of like where you stand.
My other question is, if we legislate that and legislate mature landscaping and the mature landscaping dilapidates, would that then be a code violation where they would be forced to keep it up for the lifetime of that property and that landscaping?
Sounds like the answer is yes. Because they can get very bad. Okay. Sure.
Commissioner Kennedy, Vice Commander, I think we could bring it up as an agenda item, and if it gets voted down, it gets voted down. I'd like to hear more about it, especially since, like you said, we're not really following the rules already. Maybe that might have.
Well, on
made a
landscaping,
difference.
we're not. We are in other regards.
Yeah, so I would definitely like to see it come back as an agenda item, and then we could discuss it. And if it
Wouldn't hurt to, I guess, find out.
doesn't hurt,
Cities.
yeah. Especially if a resident has brought it up, that's their concern. Anytime a resident has a concern, I always like to hear it.
What about the hurricane thing? And I know we're not going to discuss it today. There are lots of things that become sales in hurricanes. I mean, we have carports all over the place that, become the same kind of issue. There's lots of things. So if we're going to say no to things for that reason, then we need to go down through our code and start pulling things out of the code.
Yes, but the Florida Building Code tells you how to build a carport, so that way it stays in place. It tells you to build a 6-foot fence with 4x4s, so that way it stays
But
in
we
place.
could, stipulate how the fences are built. We had
The
someone.
Florida
here put
Building
a
Code
fence-
doesn't give suggestions on how to build a 10-foot fence.
But we could include that in the code, Ryan. We had someone here recently in the village who put up I don't want to sound judgy, but a very extremely large house that just is getting done right now. And I was watching them put the fence in, and it's like, good Lord, you'd think they were planning a skyscraper in there for the foundation they put for a 4-foot fence. So there are ways to secure fences. So at any rate, do you guys want to bring this conversation back or no?
Commissioner?
Yes, so for me, I think, it only takes one person to bring an issue up just to make you think about, are there more people with the same thing? And it is true that we have more and more homes being built with, very high second stories. I don't think we're ever going to race into 2-3 more feet the issue of privacy. But I do have concerns when it comes to privacy on things that can be touched on. So before we go into deep, I think it does grant that we bring it back with specific recommendations. I have heard certain things about fences. Maybe there are beyond just specifically that this one case that was brought up. But I want to do a little bit of research with the attorney on them. I want to see if the planning board finds those to be issues that people come forward and they keep saying no because that's what our code says. So
You keep saying no, I'm sorry.
yeah, so if the planning board reviews certain cases what currently are being requested for either higher fences, and they have to say no just because our code says no, how much of that is actually happening?
I doubt they're probably hearing any of that.
And so that's why I'm wondering if there's other sort of concerns regarding fences besides the height that we can touch on. Also with the specifics of the greenery around it. What I didn't understand today is what are we recommended for moving forward for discussion, Mac?
Do we want to bring this back for a discussion and do our due diligence, to Jonathan's point, about have the attorney tell us what can be done, what other communities might?
Okay, so you want to compare
Yeah.
then to other?
Yeah.
Okay, because I specifically.
Because
for
if there's
discussion,
not,
we
if there's
didn't
not
have
any
that.
desire to address this, then why take it any further?
Yeah, so I didn't have more than specifically to the height of the fence that you were talking about. So I don't know, maybe there is something that we can look to see how others are solving the issue that's happening across the board. I'm also sort of between the fence on this one. I don't know.
Is that a pun?
Upon it, no.
Beat you
just
to it.
happened.
So maybe,
Um,
sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but maybe I know there's kind of like in between two right now is the size of the fencing or what's the solution? Because I've heard it too. The issues with someone specifically said to me, well, who's looking out for my privacy? I'm like, well, you are. It's your home.
We do
Not to be draconian by any means, but I think to the point, maybe we could ask Brad if we could look at potentially what other municipalities are doing with respect to privacy, whether it be fences or whether it be what Commissioner Huntington mentioned about mature landscaping, because I don't know what other solutions are. Maybe if you were to look at a couple things, maybe you'd find a couple
Or
that we didn't
something
think
that we're
of.
not thinking of.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that would be the recommendation.
Yeah.
That's the consensus of the committee.
So I think that would be my recommendation. Just
Happy
for-
with that. If you guys are happy with that, I'm happy with that.
Agree, and I think based on that, we can see how that adjusts within our code. We have a conversation specifically.
Right,
about our
we know
code.
what we're looking at. Yeah, no, I agree. So I think that's a good solution. So we have something kind of more concrete in front of us. So Brad?
Put it on as a discussion item.
Okay.
I'll try to have it for January.
Okay.
Might be closer to.
There are some other, yes, time-sensitive ones, I understand. But yeah, so that would be helpful, Brad, if you could do that for us. Okay, well, great. If there's nothing else on that one, Commissioner Kennedy, we will,
Thank you, guys.
yeah, certainly. So that was 12B. Our next one is actually going to be down to 12E, which is the lien process.
Yeah, so this is mine as well. So this came about, this conversation has taken place. I've heard it sort of thrown around for years here, that we don't lien things effectively, timely. And then we had a conversation a couple of meetings ago. Al, I don't think you were at that meeting, where the former manager brought to us a company. Actually, I think the manager prior initially had brought it.
The lien library?
Yeah, the lien library. And so two managers ago initially brought it, but the last manager brought it back to us, a company to help us with our lien process and to streamline it and da-da-da. We, as a commission, decided not to move forward with that, but that conversation that night did unearth issues with how we're liening properties, if we're doing it uniformly and consistently and aggressively enough, and it unearthed some things, and so I thought I'll just put it on here, and I was hoping to hear from the manager. Now, Al, I hate to put you on the spot here, but you may have experience in this from past positions, and the attorney, and Doreen is here, about how we can make that better. What are our current policies? What are our current procedures for taking things from a citation, an offense, to a lien, and how do we tighten that up and streamline that and make it consistent? And quite frankly, if it has to be, if the word aggressive is appropriate, aggressive to get things moving along. And we want resolution to problems, right? And if that's what gets you to the resolution after you've taken the other steps, then let's get to that form of resolution faster. So I'd love to hear from the attorney. I'd love to hear from Al. I'd love to hear from Doreen and sort of understand what we could be doing better.
So not to circumvent the attorney and the manager, but Doreen, you might know best what the general overview of the process.
Right, so as she's walking up, Vice Mayor, this is regulated by state statute under 162. The whole lien process is regulated by state statute. So we have to follow that state statute. What we can do, and I'll get with Doreen, and I'll get with the village attorney, is write an LTC on our lien process.
Well, that's what I was hoping to hear tonight, is what is the process? Because there didn't seem, when we had this conversation before, there didn't seem to be one. And I understand there are laws to follow, but internally, we're not doing something.
Right.
A lot of these things are lingering or not ever getting to that point at all.
So so I like the opportunity to meet with staff so I can go over the process and then draft the LTC so that you all know what and make sure that the village attorney is in agreement with our process before we have a discussion here this evening.
If that's what you guys want to do, but it's been on the agenda since, Jonathan, August, July, I can't remember, August, September, I don't know.
We're into September.
Yeah. So it's been on the agenda for months, and we were finally getting around to it, so everyone knew it was coming. So that's why I was hoping I would sort of have all of this here tonight, so we wouldn't say, oh, great, we'll have to do our homework and get back to you. I thought the homework would have been done, and we'd be seeing the results of the homework tonight.
So certainly, I'd like to give the manager the opportunity to speak with everyone. I know, but Doreen, if you wouldn't, for the purposes of information for us, can you just overview the process for us?
As the manager says, the best way for me to do a presentation on this is to have a meeting with him first. And the reason for that is the way I came into this process here at the Village of Biscayne Park, there were no processes in the way things were done. A lot of things were not done well. A lot of things were done wrongly. So I've spent a lot of time correcting the processes. So what is great in having Manager Childers here is we will be able now to create, specifically for the liens, a process that can be followed. I have filed some liens, but there's definitely some things that we would like to straighten up. For example, what has been done in the past is liens are filed by the clerk. I've never seen that done in any city, because a lien is supposed to be a certified document, a certified order that is signed by the chair of the code board. That's not done here. So absolutely, I had to start from the ground to change documents, change the process, and there's a whole bunch of things that we've been changing, and the lien process for me was the last process. It is the last process in the code compliance process. So it's the last thing, and I wanted to do it right. With all the transition that's been happening, we haven't really had a chance to sit with a manager, and a knowledgeable manager that can do this properly for us. I've done what I can to file what I can, but I had to do a lot of corrections. A lot of liens that have been filed in the village of Biscayne Park, and Linda can attest to this, have been done wrongly. I
So
found
they're not enforceable.
they're not enforceable at all.
That's a problem.
So can I just,
This may not only need to have a policy and procedural process, but also it may entail us drafting an ordinance
Yes.
that spells out the entire process.
Mhm.
So that's something that, it's on my list of things,
Yes.
many things to do, but that's something that I'll be meeting with code. Well, I've met with code twice now, and
Yes.
we're gonna,
I'm going to sound really naive saying this. Is it something that can just be lifted up from another municipality? Is there a process?
I've actually drafted 2 lien ordinances, one in Miami Beach and one in City of Doral.
And are those things transferable to different municipalities because they?
You would have to
Same
tweak,
laws.
the little things you have to tweak, but it's, it's not a complete cut and paste, but it is looking at
What our ordinance says
yeah,
and
and
what the
following state statute.
chapter
Chapter
162.
162.
Attorney.
You do have an ordinance on the books that sets the following.
We do.
Not very detailed.
Mhm.
There
It's a-
were, Maureen and I have gone through, we went through the policy and procedure for code, did a rewrite that I submitted to
Mhm.
Maureen. Recently got it back from Doreen saying that the manager had reviewed it
Yes.
and was in agreement with it. Wants me to do a final review of it and sign off on it. I will do. There were certainly, when I got here, there were processes missing.
Yes.
Especially as it dealing with liens. One of them was a due process hearing that's required before the lien's imposed. So there are definitely processes that
Could it be this simple as a first step? Could you send to all of us, have someone send to all of us the current ordinance that Brad just referenced, that's officially on the books, the 2 that you wrote for other municipalities, send them to us, so we could all start doing our homework and compare what we have, what they have, so then we could have a discussion. So Al, when you could put it on an agenda, like say, guys, prepare for that in February, March, whatever's reasonable, and between now and then, you could be prepared to present what you think should be changed and made better.
We can do that, Vice Mayor.
That'd be an interesting thing to see, is ours compared to the other ones. When did you write those other ones? I mean, roughly, how many years ago?
The one for Miami Beach, it was about 1998.
And do things change significantly enough? Have things changed?
Somewhat.
There's
and
been
then
some updates, but not significant.
It would be a
changes.
good starting place.
2006 in Doral.
Madam, Mr. Attorney, one of the things I was concerned, you said that the liens that were not done right, have we opened us up ourselves to a problem? And what have we done with those liens? Have we collected on it?
I hate to say this on camera. The village of Biscayne Park has been very lucky that no one has sued this village because of the mistakes that were made in the past. That said, I have to say that there's a lot of corrections that have been made in the liens that were filed before. Whenever I find a lien with a problem, I refile the lien, I correct it and refile the lien. I've done several of those.
If we penalize the resident?
We haven't been, there's a lot of liens where I've found problems and I've considered the interest of the residents first. I look at the violations and how they were issued. I review the whole case. And if there's been a lot of situations, and Commissioner Kennedy attended one of the meetings where I brought 20, 25 cases and threw all the cases out because there were so many mistakes. We had to correct them. And that has taken a lot of time.
But you can bring those cases back.
Absolutely.
can
the
relitigate them.
violations still
Okay.
exist.
Okay.
There have been some cases where the violations still existed. We brought the cases, but we issued the violations and brought the cases back to the board.
So Al, thank you. What would be a reasonable amount of time? What month could we say we could bring that back? February, March? Reasonable. March?
I can get back with you on that.
Okay.
And after I look at, and I'll send you those out of the ordinances and then,
Okay.
and then let you know through an LTC and.
Okay. I think that's a good starting point. So at least we all know where we stand. And I'm glad to hear that you guys have eyes on it. And,
And I hope that, going forward until we get this straightened out, that you'll be very
Absolutely.
careful about the liens. put it
We've
on.
strengthened the system so much. We've put in checks in the system. Linda hates this. But,
So you're going to be
we-
giving the residents a much,
oh, absolutely. I consider the residents and their interest first. And if we can throw out a case because we didn't issue the violation right and the process actions taken were not right, we throw out the case. We ask the board to throw it out. We just don't throw out cases.
And just so you all understand, when you place a lien on a homesteaded property,
Yes.
you
yes.
cannot foreclose on that lien.
Right.
Correct.
So the only way the village could collect is if that property is sold and there's surplus.
and if we don't get in line, then we don't get our,
Have a proper lien,
we
it's
don't-
not
yeah,
properly
then-
recorded and
we've
documented.
had that happen too, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
To Brad's point, the reason why I sometimes don't run to file these liens is I go back to the property owner and even renegotiate, payment. Can you try to pay? Can you try to correct the violations?
And correct it
Because
first of all.
once we file these liens, it's done,
Doors closed.
right?
But but the point that we don't have liens filed on these properties and then they do change hands, and we're not in line. It's like the B house, that's the reason we're in line on that one.
Right. File, documentations with mistakes in, we would rather keep those fines because the fines stay with the village. They don't go anywhere. They only become liens once we file them in the public records.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
thank you for bringing that to
Maureen,
our attention.
Thank you very much. It sounds like you all have a beat on this, and then we're going to get an update and some information from the manager that'll help guide where we're going. Doreen, thank you very much for addressing this. Yeah, I know. So I think that if Commissioner Kennedy, or I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Kennedy, if there's if that concludes that one, it sounds like we're getting an update on that.
That's
We will move on.
forward.
Great. Okay, so let's move on to 12F. We're working through the months. I can see them. So 12F, Vice Mayor, this was the median sign.
This is a simple topic, but in my opinion, it's critically important. We all hear complaints about communications in this village. Someone tonight complimented me tonight for being the one who provides a lot of information. I never wanted to be the de facto communications department for this village, but it's in my nature to share like that. So, years ago, it was about emails. We didn't have enough people signed up for the emails. And that was the main way the village communicated with people were through email blasts. And when I became a commissioner, I'm like, well, that's simple. Tell people to sign up for emails. And we did some things and it worked in a huge way. I don't have the figures in front of me. I could dig back and find them, but exponential growth in our email, the database of email addresses, because of some very simple things that I asked the commission to approve for the manager to do. He did it. It worked tremendously. You ask people, you tell them how they do it, and they do it. To this day, you guys probably see it. I know, Vero, you do, because I see you commenting on it, the same post sometimes on Nextdoor. Nextdoor has a feature when you join Nextdoor, and it doesn't mean you're new to Biscayne Park, but when you're newly enrolled in Nextdoor, a thing pops up that says, Veronica Amsler just joined Biscayne Park Nextdoor. Now, maybe she lived here 30 years, but she just joined Nextdoor. Most of those people are new people to the village. They move here, they join Nextdoor. Without fail, every morning. It's one of my things I do, sitting out back in the dark with my first cup of coffee. I go on Nextdoor and I search for those people and I copy and paste the same message to all of them and I change their name. Welcome to Biscayne Park. Sign up for our click here, sign up for our email blast. Download our app. It's called this. It's free, and you'll get all these updates and and consider joining something. So they get a nice welcome from me on behalf of the, not on behalf of me, but I guess it's on behalf of the village because I'm a commissioner. So a lot of those people reply, "Great, thanks. I just signed up." Or they send me private messages, or I meet them. I just met one outside here at the meeting tonight who just said that to me. It works if you just invite people to participate and engage. It works. The next solution to our communications woes was an app. Now we're going to have an app for that, right? And our app, I get compliments on the app itself. I use the app. It's good. It's an app. And it's another way to get information out. Information to effectively communicate, you need to be redundant and repetitive. The things that sort of look like they would not work. You need to be redundant. It needs to be emailed. It needs to be texted. It needs to be on social media. The more places you put it, the better. Many people go to apps first. Not just young people, all kinds of people go to apps first. We have an app, it's working, and we have horrible engagement with our app. So for months, I was asking managers, Chris, to track how many people were using the app. Now, you can't see how many people have downloaded it, but you can see how many people are registered. You can see the people who are registered users. It's the final step that people do. And the last time I asked, which was in September for the item, the agenda item you're looking at now, in August, there were 76 registered users in Biscayne Park. Out of over 3,000 residents, there were 76 registered users. In September, it went up to 99. I have no idea how many of those are staff members. I asked that, and I didn't get an answer to that. So the app is good. We need to get people engaged in the app. We need to put the app in front of people. Now, we're talking about digital communications, and it's going to sound crazy, but the easiest way to get people to be aware of it is median signs. We have sent out email blasts, and it doesn't get people to sign up for the app. When I reach out to people directly and say do it, they do it. But that's how we got so many people to sign up for emails back in the day. We did some cute little median signs. They went out. I know it's visual litter. I get it. Before you say it, I'm going to put it out there. I'm not crazy about it either. But it's not a permanent thing. They're temporary things. But they work. If we really intend people to be aware and engaged in what's going on in this village, then we need to reach out to them and invite them in and communicate to them better. We need to do whatever it takes. I'm just telling you, I am a communications, marketing professional. I'm older than all the rest of you. I'm going to throw that card out there. Oh, I'm not older than you. Damn it. I'm not the old one anymore. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way. You got to put the message in front of people. And those median signs work. They just simply work, especially now when you can put a QR code on it and people walk by, and this is how it worked before. You walk by and they scan it, and it takes them right to download the app. If we're going to have this app, we need to get people to use it. Or why have it at all? Why have it? If we're going to have 100 people out of 3,300 in this village signed up for it, why have it? So if we intend to make it work, we need to get people on it. And unless you can think of a better way, I'm saying the best way to do this is to do some cute, brightly colored median signs that do not stay up permanently, or they become background and people don't notice them. But you put them up for 3 weeks and you take them down for 3 months, and you put them up for 3 weeks again and you take them down for 4 months, and you put them up and you take them down. And you move them around the village. But the people who are walking, the people who are out with their kids, the people who are on bicycles, the people who are driving by will stop and go, oh, I didn't know we had an app. It's like, are you kidding me? You've lived here 30 years. We've had these signs up 10 times. We've sent you email blasts, and you're now seeing it. You're now hearing about an app for the first time. It's just how it works. So I really care about residents being aware, and not just aware, but engaged. Oh, that's the other thing I need to say. When you engage people like this, what else happens? Next thing, they're coming to meetings. They're calling you about things. They have an idea. They're joining a board. We've gotten board members from this. I'm beating a dead horse. I'm not going to be here to see the fruits of this labor, but guys, I really hope you approve for Ask Al to do something like this. I even designed a cute little sign that I won't bore everybody looking at. It's cute, it's brightly colored, it has a QR code. You will increase it and you can measure it. That's the other thing. You can actually measure something to see that it works. We measured it with the email blast before, and you can say, oh, we had 1,200 and now we have 1,850. You can see it, there it is.
We used to, and we have around the rec center, a little square little thing that can be put into that thing too.
Little piece of-
Yeah. And
Talking like
did we
election
have,
sign sized.
did we used to have, I mean, maybe it's a long time, that we used to have right in front of the village hall, electric sign. That we used to, I remember us having it once, yeah. You know, whenever we had it, so that could have been.
But the point is that you put them around the village in different places where people are out and about. So there's the topic. You know my feeling on it. You guys decide what you want to do. But yes, so you guys figure it out. I'm going to get a cupcake.
Go for it. They're very good, by the way. Thank you again. So if you guys remember, the app was very much a push that I did for the manager. At the time was Mario, and then it was Chris, and I was really into this. I got the chance to meet with the vendor, with different vendors. I was looking at what else can we do to promote stuff. And it came to about that everybody has an app on their phone, and this is the way to go. Unfortunately, I don't think it was launched properly. The vendor offer a marketing package when you buy this that I don't think we ever used. I don't think we ever put in practice so that people know that we have one. They do their own push. So I think there's sort of some homework to do with the vendor himself first before we go and spend money of our own. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I think, again, putting it out there that we have an app, it's important. I don't know that this is the way. I'm not saying no, I don't know, but there's work for us to do first. The other part, and this will be a cost zero, right? For us to do another email blast to us to contact the vendor and put their pamphlets and push around. How many of those? We only did once at the beginning, that was it. The other part, I don't know that we have news to spread. We have no communication plan right now. We have a very new manager come on board. This was one of the questions I have for the manager about the app and how are we using it. And as I saw, if you see the last notification is the agenda for November. This agenda was not even notified. So the first issue is the message. I agree with you that we have this, we have to use it, but we need the manager, the clerk, we need information to be out there. Because you're going to put beautiful signs, we spend the $1,200, and then what are we saying? And so right now, it's not currently used to the purpose of updates as it should. It's not currently put out there every public meeting that we have. So not just today, but we have the board's meeting, police pushing out any communication we heard about today. I mean, this is the right way to do it. So I would want to know first what the plan is when it comes to pushing information. And once that's clear, number two, I'd rather see a plan with the vendor first. We never launched it correct. Give that a chance. And then use everything else. The email blast, which by the way, you're about to leave, and I want to ask you, you've been carrying your own email sort of list?
My email list is larger than the village's.
Okay. Are you able to share that? So they used to spread around everything, the same list you.
Am I allowed to charge her, Brad? Kidding.
By the, or click or something like,
Okay, yes, of course, I'll share my list.
because that, like to your point, and I see that in Nextdoor, and you put such an effort just to bring people into this list. So we haven't done enough. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying this doesn't work. I think eventually this could be part of the plan. But what I want to ask staff is just to come first with a message, because that's the reason to be out there on the website, app, whatever we have. And second, let's give a true chance to the app. We paid less than $5,000 for this for the year. So it was a very affordable way to utilize communications. There's other ways to do it less than $1,200, which will be maybe SMS, like messages to the phones. So I think there's other things to look into before we get there. I agree with you. We need to put it out there. We need to just make sure.
Let me respond to one thing you said, because you're talking about pushing information out to people. Remember, the other use of the app is that people can go on and do and engage with the village
Correct.
and go on and apply for
Yes.
all kinds of stuff. And so it's not just, if it were only to get information to people and you were saying, well, we're not sending anything, so why bother getting more people on if we're not sending anything? I understand that. But it also is to get them to do things on their own, on their phones through the app.
Yeah.
So they're not having to go in Village Hall as much, and so they can access information more directly. So it's the other direction that's a huge gain for us and for the residents as well. I had someone specifically mention she went on and applied for something. I forget what it was. It wasn't a permit. I forget what it was, but she did something. She's like, oh my God, it was so easy. It's like, God, it's just, went on the app and click, 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 and I was done. So it's both kinds of effort. So I think sometimes you have to do both at the same time. Like, guys, send more information out, but at the same time, we need more people, and it's just such an easy, no-brainer way to do it.
I agree with you, but we got to take advantage of the company that made the app. I mean, each company, like I have an app for my business, and I'm just as guilty. I haven't used it, take advantage, and now all of a sudden I start doing it. They charge a little bit of money, but it's worth it. I mean, it really, if you're going to have an app, you're going to have to spend the money. If you're not going to do it, to spend the money, monthly fees, because it'll be a monthly charge, and they'll do all the work for you. You tell them how you want it to put it on, they do it.
To Commissioner Amesler's point, I think a lot of this has to go back to the message. I mean, we, at no fault of Al, we have a very new manager who's just getting his feet wet when it comes to our communication strategy. We've had discussions, me and him, about our website and how it's lacking. Our app is echoed in that. And to me right now, to be investing some of our budget funds in an app, that I don't know if that's going to be Al's long-term communication solution. He might decide to take the village in a different direction. He might decide to go all in. I think we need to give him time to really understand what the message he wants to send out is, formulate a plan, and then we help him execute that plan. I think to start promoting something that's from prior administrations right off the gate seems kind of foolish to me.
Well, I think a lot of the points are important. It sounds kind of to me like we're caught almost in like a chicken or the egg sort of argument. Is, do we start with getting better communication channels, or do we leverage what we have, build that up, and then when the better communications, we've already got the base? Look, I think we spent a lot of time and effort getting the app. I like the app. I would love to see it better utilized. I get what you're saying with the marketing, bring them in and make them spend the money. Definitely. I would love to see this thing be used by everyone for every reason, because that's kind of, you took the words out of my mouth. I'm like, yeah, there are other things the app does too. Look, I know the other commissioners here, it sounds like, we might defer this or however you want to vote. I don't think it's a huge investment to try and get some people interested. I would just love to see more engagement. And if that means give this a shot, we give it a shot. We try it. I don't know about postcards. I'm not.
It worked before. Oh, and that's the other thing I wanted to mention. I'm glad you mentioned that. Someone might want to look into this, but I'm very certain, I meant to look at this. Damn it, I forgot to do it. Our solid waste contract provides for them to put things on front doors, even if they're not related to solid waste. Yeah, so a door hanger, they can put door hangers out too for us. So there are, look, guys, you just have to put it in front of people, and it worked before. The signs worked before. It's a couple of bucks in the whole scheme of things. We just saved $100,000 on something. So,
Your mic.
Sorry, Commissioner Kennedy, you brought that up a good point. Our solid waste contract. When we switched over to Waste Pro, Great Waste, excuse me, and we added the sticker that gives information on what day you take the trash out, what day you take recycling out. That was good information. It helped me remember. Oh, okay, I know. My sticker has become sun-eaten, and when I saw your item, I thought this might be a good opportunity to ask Great Waste if they would update the sticker and include our QR code, So that way, hey, I take my trash out twice a week. I mean, 2 times a week, I would stare at that QR code and go, what is that for? I scan it. It's at my house all the time. And I don't have to stop my car in the middle of the median to go scan the QR code. It's in my side yard.
I had someone bring that up to me within the past couple of weeks, and they thought we just put the stickers on the cans. I'm like, no, I think that was like 2 years ago. They're all faded. They're like, I wondered why it looked like that. They just noticed it. So different ways to get things in front of people, but a brightly colored sign in the median that wasn't there yesterday when you drove to work is a really hard thing to miss. And it worked before. We had success with something so simple.
For me, I think it's a no on the spend right now. I'd rather it come from the manager with a proposal as to A, spread and communication, and B, $1,200 best applied how, and hear out the ways on how to spend it.
It's up to you, Dan.
Mike?
I think we need to give it a shot. I mean, it's just, if you're gonna do something, let's do it, go all the way. Why are we stopping halfway? I mean, it's just, we're doing it. And I think the fact that the sanitation could do that, I think that'd be a big difference. And we also did have our sanitation people go around and put the flyers on doors. Didn't we once do that?
We may have, I forget
Yeah,
what the
we did.
topic would have been, but it seems to me there was, the time I remember it, I think John's guys
Oh,
did it.
Who did it? Yes.
They did it.
Who did
It
it?
wasn't Great Waste. It was
Oh, it was John's
Public
group.
Works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
maybe-
do we have an agreement here that we want to do signs and or door hangers?
So I would certainly be in favor of the signs. I think the signs are fine. The plastic of the poles, those are the support poles, right, for the signs on the proposal?
Or you can use the metal, like election things. As a matter of fact, I just gave all of mine to Ryan. He has he has like 125 of them, I think.
I got a box at my house too that I'd be happy to.
So you don't have to buy poles.
Yeah, so I mean, I will donate mine to save that money, and if I'm for the signs, I think let's give it a shot. If it's worked before, I'd just like to see more people with the app because, and chicken or egg, I'm falling more on the side of I'd like more people there. So when we start pushing the messages, more people are getting it versus the other way around. It's a coin flip, but that's what I would be in favor of. So, does that sound?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So I think then the direction for the manager, if you could take that feedback and present something to us. Do you need to present something to us, or do you have enough direction to kind of? Okay, okay,
And on the back up, there was an example of what a sign could look like and what the copy could sound like at that time.
Right.
You can take it from there.
okay. All right, so that concludes that item. So our next items are Vice Mayor and Commissioner Huntington's combined item, excuse me, on the budget item. So I will open it to either of you two or combined on who wants to get us started.
I'm tired of hearing me, so Ryan, you take the lead on this, please.
Again, I wrote this a long time ago, so I don't really remember exactly what I wrote. But it's no surprise to anyone that our budget process this go around was it was long, it was arduous,
It's
and
an October item, by the way, so we're in October. Go ahead, sorry.
So it felt like we were spinning our wheels during a lot of it. You can read through my item here, but mainly my point is I want us to start to open a dialogue with our manager to discuss what we can do better next time. And to me, a lot of it seemed like we were finding information at the last moment when we were supposed to. I mean, we didn't even get through the budget completely until the last night. And to me, I think we need to set hard guidelines or hard deadlines as to when we have a proposed budget. Give us a question and answer period, time to find out those problems, ask those questions prior to workshops, prior to budget hearings, so that way we're not finding up problems and coming up with solutions here at the dais. We already found the problems. We already found the missing funds, and we come with a more clean budget through the workshops that will just hopefully expedite the entire process.
So I had two thoughts when I saw the two items come up again. Obviously, it's been on there for a while, and it stemmed from my conversation with the manager about we had the chief here providing his update from his department, which was very good. And next month we're gonna have finance, so we're gonna have Paul here. We got him captive for the meeting. I'm certainly not suggesting we punt, but to have Paul here and his insight as to from his perspective, I would love to hear his perspective on what needs to improve, because he's the one putting it together. And I know a lot of that information is going to come from the manager. It's going to come from, the employees and the staff and everything from the village. And we also approved that additional staff person for Paul too, which I know he represented to us that was going to hopefully solve a lot of our problems, or better prepare us at least.
It's going to push information into the system better at least.
Right, and better code them so we
Yes.
can see them more accurately, more granular, with the appropriate backup. I as soon as he made that request, I thought it was really important. We got to get this money for him, because this process is broken and it needs fixing. And if this is the way to start us there, then great. So I mean, I'm very interested to hear what Paul has to say. We can even prepare him to say, we'd like to talk budget with you, Paul, when you're here. Other than just kind of identifying the fact that this was a broken process, which we all know, and it was arduous and long and difficult. I would just love to hear from Paul, and I think if we prepare him to have a lengthy, maybe not a lengthy discussion, but a detailed discussion, that's what I would look forward to.
I would, Mr. Mayor, I would tend to agree with you. I think the course forward is to provide direction to the manager, to get with Paul, to hopefully present us with the problems and come up with solutions. That way we can have a path forward to a better budget season next year.
And one of the things former Commissioner Harlan brought up in reference to how you see the budget, I think we should also talk to him and get his ideas on how he was talking about how the budget is better seen. Ties in with what you're saying.
Every resident can come in and share their ideas. Okay, may I? So yes, to all of that. So he said it in fewer words than I would be able to. And I've been through more budgets than the rest of you up here. So, and I've seen some go better than others. This one was particularly painful. Starting it earlier. Starting it with a what do you guys want conversation. No one ever asked us this time around, what do you guys want? And then then what happens? We start getting into towards the end, and we all start bringing things and adding things and taking swings at things because we want stuff. A calendar, a budget calendar that is well beyond the couple of workshops and couple of hearings. Because at that point, information's already being presented to us. Now, some of that information will be better, we hope, because of that person who will be coding things, so the information will be shoved in better, right? So that's better. But starting with what do you all want at the beginning, so the manager is clued in as to what we want. So the first version of at the first workshop, we're looking at something better. Here's the other thing that is extremely frustrating to me every year. We battle through these workshops and these hearings, and we're talking about a line item, and we're going to change an amount, and the amount is wrong, and something has to change, and each of us is furiously taking notes, right? And so is Paul, and so is staff. And we're all getting things differently. And I know that to be true because we'll come back and to the next one, and I'll say, okay, in this item, and one other person will say, yeah, I have that in my notes too, but it's not in the final version. Or everybody finds mistakes, things that we're missing. This can be a living, breathing document that is adjusted live at the meeting. It doesn't have to be a PDF that everyone's staring at and then making notes. I do it on a spreadsheet because I'm more comfortable on spreadsheets, and someone else is writing in the margin of their printed copy. You can all do that anyway. But it can also be a living document that is a spreadsheet that is up on the screen, by the way, for everyone to see, not just us, where the changes are made right there in front of us. I attached an example. If you want to look at the backup, the item, I put one on there. I put the commission salaries, where you can see for that one item, you can see sort of the explanation of what it is. You can see what was budgeted for the current fiscal year, what was budgeted, what was actual, what's the variance, and then you come back, and as you work on it and make the changes, it's happening right in front of everybody. Everybody's seeing it happen. So at the end of the meeting, whether we got through the whole budget or we got through 4 departments, whatever we did, that document is done. It's sent out to everybody. Here it is. someone, maybe this new person is, this new coding person or whatever their title is the one manipulating the document, but we're all seeing it live. So we're looking at it and saying, whoa, hold on, that's not what we just said. Oh, you're right, that should be 1,000, not 100, right? Or something's missing altogether. But we see it happen live, and at the end of the meeting, we all get a copy of it. It's just so simple. Because think back to this last, and this was your first one. Dan's been through a couple, Jonathan and Vero and I have gone through, what now, 3 together? Yeah, something like that?
That's right.
Think how many times we have a conversation that involves, is that what we said last time? Is that the amount we said? Did we decide to do that? I don't remember that. I don't have that in my notes. We go around that circle constantly, and it's not just us. It's staff and Paul as well. I'm not saying anyone's, everyone makes mistakes. But when it's right there in front of all of us, and we're all staring at it, and we're all basically working on the same document, but we can't all put our fingers in it, but we all have eyes on it. One person has their fingers in it, adjusting things, making the changes, and then boom, that version goes out, and that's what we're all looking at for the next one. That, in my opinion, would be a huge step forward, because we waste so much time talking in circles and arguing and remembering and looking back at notes, and oh my God, it's painful and waste an enormous amount of time. If we could eliminate 80% of that, we could talk about substance and actually get through the budget in time and not be backed into a corner. By the way, speaking of the calendar, there's no law that says it has to pass on the last day of the fiscal year. Is there, Al? Is there a law that says it must pass on September 30th? You could have the budget done in July if you wanted to, right?
Well, there's certain notifications you have to set out.
Right.
Like the setting the millage.
Right. I'm being a little facetious, but my point is that we get ourselves backed up against that wall every year. We don't have to. If you have a calendar set in advance and you have a mechanism like that in place. I very likely won't be here for the next one, but that would be a huge gain for you guys if that document existed and everybody was looking at it and someone was sitting here right live at the meeting and everyone had eyes on it. Think how much more you could think in a meeting as opposed to that panic thing of, oh my God, let me hold on in this. Where are we? Oh, wait a minute, I have 3 things here I have to say about that. Because you're like, and you're catching mistakes. And how much time do you all spend at home going through it to find all those mistakes, to then come into a meeting and go through all the mistakes and argue about the mistakes because someone else had it wrong? It's like, that would eliminate all of that at home as well. This really won't impact me, but I feel very strongly about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of items here that I think that would be important to bring up to Paul when we have him. Clear deadlines, clear calendar entries, maybe starting earlier. You're right with the commission request we didn't get to because we lost it, amongst all the other things we were doing. So these are things, that I would ask him, and when we have him here with the manager, to say these are things that we'd like to see improved. First of all, have him identify for us the deficiencies he saw from his perspective, because his perspective is important too. And then identify, look, a live document being updated, like a screen share. Yeah, that'd be great. Then we don't have 8 different sets of notes. These are things that I would love to hear his perspective on, because I think they would be very helpful. So these are great recommendations, and it's a process that needs to be fixed. And I would love to spend the time with Paul in January when we have him to say these are those things, a live document among them, and a couple other these things if I identify.
I'm a spreadsheet guy. I'm not like aficionado by any means, but I'm very comfortable in them. It's like a nice logical thing that my brain does well with. But it also enables you to embed notes. So you can click on a box and up pops a note that says, reminder, this item was about blah, blah, blah. Or Ryan, what was the thing that you kept harping on this past time that, like the phones are now all budgeted in da, da, da.
Yeah, they kept moving departments.
Exactly.
Yep.
So it's things like that, because next year he'll remember it, and
Yeah.
the rest of you all be looking at each other going, really, did we do that? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that these are all good points, and what I think I'd like to ask the manager to do is just kind of have that discussion with Paul leading up to the January meeting to say these are things we'd like to discuss, so he's prepared to discuss them. Because I don't want him to be here and then us kind of spring this on him and say, Paul, let's talk about all these things, and he's just kind of saying, well, I didn't know we wanted to talk about it.
On that,
So,
if I may.
Go ahead.
So I If you remember in the last commission meeting, I brought up a whole point regarding AP. So accounts payables processes, SOPs regarding finances, and sort of the mess that the budget was. So now I'm all agreeing with you guys. I'm sorry, I keep seeing me and I'm paying attention. My Wi-Fi keeps dropping, so I'm reading here and there. It's a mess. I have it back in here. So I did send an email at the end of October. By the end of October, at that point, I had not received the final budget we approved. So that's number one issue that I don't know if you all went through the same, but I didn't even get the Excels to understand what we approved at the end of all the back and forth that we had. So there is a lot to fix. Beyond what I made public on the last agenda, I did send an email. This is October 26th to vote basically with the same thing. I would like a simplified dashboard, one sheet pager, something that we can post every month to be shared online with the village, with us. We get a very long report that is not even in an Excel. It's a PDF that's posted on the website and sent to us. There are no insights to that. You should be able to receive some sort of a notes as to what you're asking in your spreadsheet. What are the changes? What are the key points and takeaways that I should be reading? There is no capability from us to go into every little number and make sense of that sheet. Yes, it's been shared with us, check, but that's not the point. And that cannot continue to be the point from the same person. So one of the reasons I brought this up to the manager and the reason why this sort of meetings of per departments are coming up is to pay attention to that. When we spoke about accounts payable, I made reference it was going to be more urgent that we talk from the finance department first prior to seeing the police report. I appreciate you were ready for it today. I wanted Paul to be here today, and that was the idea. He couldn't make it, so he's going to make it in January. And also, because I said, why do we have to wait for January? Can we not have, true, we have a huge agenda. It would have never happened. But this is the same vendor we've had for many years. This should have been tackled many months ago. This is not the first time we talk about this. So the format needs to be fixed. This is my opinion on it. Again, how it looks to me, you know, you're better in Excel. I love Excel. I'm visual. I just simplify for villagers as well. Like our residents want to see a pie, how much goes everywhere, what are the differences and the main, you know, buckets that we spend money. Something very simple. I would love to see that. But then it's all the back end that leads to the budget. The AP process is the base of that. If we don't have a good tracking system by the end of the budget, where again, why was this code different? Why not? So now that we have hopefully a new person coming in with a budget that we, you know, going to put him forward for that position to be filled, it should be a straightforward line. So I think we're all on the same page. We don't want a budget to look like it did last time. We need accountability from Paul and his department and finance to come forward with a system that works. And
You stand on that person.
so he's coming in January. That was the feedback I got.
The new person will be with Paul in
Part
January?
of the presentation that he would
Okay.
make. That's sort of answering to the accounts payable.
Last time I asked, that person had not been secured yet, so they're in place, Al?
And I think the
Oh, they're not in
point
place
to
yet?
I'm sorry. It was a question to you.
The last time I talked to finance, they were still in the process
Correct.
of trying to.
Understand. What I got from Paul, and I tried to call him, we didn't get the opportunity to chat at the end, was, and how do I say this? It was a short answer. I just want to, I'm hoping at this stage we know what the process is. We shouldn't be trying to figure out the process.
Exactly. And we're already almost a quarter of the way through the fiscal year.
I mean, this all came out at the budget meeting. So that's why I was anxious to see this happening today. It's November, you know, it's been months already. Now we're waiting to January just to hear what the process is and what currently the process is. I'm going to tell you guys, I got a phone call from a vendor. As a commissioner, please pay me. So, you know, I'm not being paid. And what do you mean?
Well, one of our vendors didn't get.
Yeah. So it was like, can you help because I'm not getting paid? And so there was delays in accounts payable because we haven't had Lisa in the position. It hasn't been filled. It was filled not that long ago. Person needs to be trained. I mean, there is a whole process behind, but it's urgent because we had to make sure that the vendors get paid. And so it got resolved. It got to the manager's note and how it should have been circulated, and it got paid, and it was perfectly fine. But what I'm saying is these are the issues that should be highlighted. We have a 2 months delay in payments. It should be part of the report we're reading today. Who's getting paid, who's not? The position is left, that's what I'm hoping when we talk about report through Paul, finance, or either through the manager. But these things need to come up before we realize down in May when we start talking about budget, wait, what did we say we were gonna, that whole back and forth. So I agree 100%, all of you. I think the format will come back when Paul, that's what I'm hoping to see based on all the back and forth we've had. A format, a clear process on IP, and a recommendation in terms of the position that's supposed to fill based on the need that we have.
Then I think if I can just see if there's a direction here, then ask the manager to have those discussions with Paul to say, these are the items we'd like to be able to discuss with you come January, and have him prepared to present on them, and then have those discussions with us if I'm reading the commission correctly. That sounds correct. I'm glad we finally got a chance to talk about it. I'm glad we're going to get some clarity from Paul next month. Looking at the time, Brad, can I just ask you very quickly, the impervious surfaces ordinance under 13A, we had time on that, correct?
We need to hear that tonight.
We do. All right. So I think we just need to take it then. Not to take things out of order, but this was something that Brad and I have been talking to the county about something that we need to have in place, or we need to provide direction to Brad on something we need to have in place. So Brad, could you just quickly introduce the item for us, if you would?
Do it quickly. And we're just basically looking for a consensus direction to the manager with regards to a notification requirement to the county that has to take place by December 31st of this year.
This is 13A. I apologize. So we're jumping a little bit out of order because I think I wanted to make sure that we were able to get to this.
So the county has amended its code as it relates specifically to impervious surfaces, as well as to certain requirements for flood control, and also with regards to municipal reporting and certification requirements for stormwater management systems. But specifically for tonight, what we have an option of either enacting our own impervious surface ordinance, which would then would be inspected and approved through our building official, through our building permit process, or allow the county, or basically allow the county's ordinance to take precedence within the village, which would then have the review and approvals going through the Durham director of the county. So you'd have two separate permitting processes within the county for these impervious surfaces. These surfaces we're talking about are slabs, driveways, sidewalks, certain types of pavers, highly compacted ground, parking areas, decks, pools, and things of that nature. So what we need consensus on, or direction tonight, is whether or not the village wants to create its own ordinance. If we move forward with that path, then I need you all to direct the manager to send notice to the Durham director of Miami-Dade County, indicating that we intend to create our own ordinance. The ordinance does not have to be submitted to the Durham director until December 31st of 2025, although my plan would be to submit it before then, because as of March 31st of next year, the ordinances will start taking effect. The county's ordinances and review processes will take effect. So I'd like to have our ordinance, if we're going to move forward with an ordinance, I'd like to have it approved by that time, so that your building official can do those reviews, because otherwise the Durham director is going to still have to do those reviews during that time period. And the reason why they picked the March 31st date, they wanted to allow the work and the permitting that's already through the process be able to go through the old processes and not the new process. So essentially what we're asking for tonight is for direction as to whether or not it's the desire of the commission to move forward with ultimately the drafting of our own impervious surface ordinance, and if so, to direct the manager to notify the Durham director and the county clerk that that's the intent of the village.
So these are, we have a year to get it done. And if we don't do it, if we go through the, I'm sorry, if we go through the county, then a property owner has to go through a process with Durham first before they work with the village.
As I understand it, it's just part of the building process, building permit process. So they would have to get a Durham review of their plans for these impervious surfaces in order
Before they could bring
for
it
a
to the,
permit,
before they could
before a
bring it to our
building
planning
permit would be approved, correct?
Okay.
It would be a part of the approval process.
But it sounds like it would have to be the first step. They'd have to get that done first before they could come to the planning board,
It would, I would,
because they couldn't bring somebody to the planning board that hadn't.
I would imagine you're correct.
Yeah.
Based
Okay, so that's another layer for residents, and it involves them dealing with the county.
Correct. I can
It's
tell
not
you,
something we even facilitate for them.
no, not through the county, we could not.
We do.
And Mr. Mayor, I think you'll confirm this part of the conversation. In our conversations with the county, they would prefer that municipalities have their own ordinance and do their own enforcement.
And they'll assist us with the drafting.
Yeah.
So
And, yeah, I'm going to assume they have a version that we could start from.
They have a couple that
Yeah,
they're.
okay.
we
They'll,
can smell
they'll
it.
share with me
Aggregate
various
them.
drafts so that I can, because otherwise I'm going to need an expert in the area.
And once the code is established, then it's something that our planning board confirms before it goes to the building department, and and they really take it from there.
It's
Make sure
really,
it's
it
built
would
to-
really be the building official that would be approving those plans for that impervious surface,
Oh.
not your board.
But they would still approve the percentage and all those kinds.
Yes, that,
Yeah.
everything that's required in the code, in our code, would still be going to the board, but this would be part of the building official's inspection and approval of plans.
I don't see why we would do anything other than keep it in-house ourselves.
No, that's what I was prepared to say, that we should just draft something ourselves, we provide the direction, and then have the attorney bring something to us.
Say yes.
Yes.
Manager and I will consult and we'll draft something for the county.
Perfect. Okay, great. Well, I'm glad we got that one done. So, I mean, we've only got a couple of minutes left. I don't know, maybe something on here that might be able to knock out very quickly. I don't know, Ryan, the FERDAP.
I think we could potentially knock it out quickly.
It's your item, so you tell me.
Yeah. So FERDAP, obviously, we went through the process last time. It was painful. But what I heard a lot of was we were really interested in doing XYZ projects. We don't like the process. It was rushed. We didn't get enough time. So putting this on now, I would like to see us start this process early. I see us at two different ways of doing this. Either as a commission, we come together and devise a wish list of projects through using our strategic plan and CIP as a guide, or we utilize our board and use like Parks and Parkways and let them execute the wish list, bring it back to us, so we can ultimately decide on a project that works, that we can vet through the entire year, doing our community engagement, make sure we're all ready to go for next August when we apply again. Because now we did all this work to apply this time. I would like to do it the proper way and take the whole year to really devise what project that is that we ask. It's a great potential to continue to ask for funds from the state for recreation to give something back to the residents. So let's start now. Let's figure out what those projects are. I'm up to either way. Either we devise a wish list ourselves and we give it to Parks and Parkways to help us guide and decide what that project is, or we just put it all on them and let them come back to us. Either way.
I mean, I would say if there's nothing stopping us from talking to Parks and Parkway ourselves and then bringing that information back together to involve them. We can involve them, and then we can kind of put together a list. I mean, I think that's
Here's,
fine.
I'd also like for us
percent,
to
Ryan,
go
but
back.
I'm going to just remind you of something. The deadline is when?
Put the deadline out last year. This year was August.
So it's not a year.
August
It's
14th.
it's already not a year.
Yeah, well, it
It's
was
not
when I
been a year.
submitted it.
But maybe next year you could make it like a full year conversation. But you're already not a year because you're already September, October, you're already, 2/3 of a year. And that board is not meeting. They didn't make quorum again this week. Only one member showed up. I think if you intend this to happen, it needs to be here. Make it relate to our strategic plan, our vision, our CIP. We have plenty to work from in there that we should very quickly be able to identify the thing. And then when it's time to involve them in some of the execution of it, whatever, yes, absolutely, God bless. But I think if you intend it to happen by that deadline, it needs to happen here. Start, bing, bam, boom, get it done.
Fine with that. And if the commission decides that we say schedule a workshop to discuss FERDAP, to decide what those projects are and ultimately decide which one we're going forward with, I'm fine with that. And I just want to start the process early.
I hope the commission will, Because I made a recommendation that we try to get the rec board back. I think this is a area at the rec board.
What's that? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Okay, I'm sorry. My idea wasn't, I didn't bring it up tonight because we had too much stuff on the agenda. But we should think about bringing the rec board back because that has to do a lot of activities that we did with the recreation department. I mean, Parks and Parkway is a good idea, but it's also the rec board will make a big difference.
Well, again, if we have an August deadline, the create a board, fill a board, have the board function, it's just be realistic, guys. If you want this to happen by the August deadline and not have Ryan in here in July trying to shove something through because you want something done, then take it on yourself and make it happen. But I think it could also be part of a bigger conversation about grants altogether, which is my item that we're not going to get to tonight. We're not organized about these things. Again, you're not shooting from the hip quite like you shot from the hip last time, but it's still kind of shooting from the hip on one specific thing, and I'm not objecting to it in any way. But there's a conversation here about alternative revenue sources. One is the lobbyists, one is grants altogether, this being a big one, and then going out and getting money on our own as well. But if you intend it to happen, the only way you're going to make it happen by the August deadline is to take it on yourself and make it happen.
I think it's a sort of a, from where do you start from? I think the whole conversation about grants in general needs to happen first, because there is so much we can allocate for matching and on a lot of these things. And so how much money are we going to need to put down for any of this is the first questions that comes up. So how do we decide? This needs to happen as well. It's a priority for us. Will it continue until 2026? That's the other question. Versus what other projects. So I think maybe I was going to suggest the idea of the workshop because it's a new commission happening. Mag, you're leaving. I think there's a lot that, is going to happen, appointing someone and then the election. And so in the middle, we should touch base on what the strategic plan says. We work that out. The community spoke out very clear about what they wanted to see happen. We prioritize a list out of that. And from that list, a lot can be done already. I would grab all of that and also put it into the grant writer's hands and, and say, what can we do? This is the whole list we talked about. This is what the community said. How do we get started? Maybe he suggests ways to, listen, this is easy through that. This, you're going to need 2 years, you don't have the budget for. They've been working with us for a long time. So I think I would suggest a workshop as a way to start. I would maybe come back with what we have done. I don't think there is a need for an extra board to put in place. I think that's something, again, that we already have we paid for, actually, the strategic plan. And set up a date and have the grant come, with us, start the workshop, have them read the entire strategic plan before, and come with recommendations and see where that takes us.
I think a special agenda workshop is what we need to do. To prioritize these items. There's a couple of things that we can talk about there that are here, that are applicable there, and FERDAP is one of them. So I think we should look into a special agenda so we can prioritize.
So
pick a date now so we can get it on the books.
I'd like us to talk to the grant writer to make sure that they're there. Yeah. So maybe by next month we can. Do you think we can talk to the grant writer about when he
May I
would be
make a suggestion about that? You just wasted a month by doing that. Pick a date that works for everybody here. You have 8 of the players here that will all agree on a date, and then you get the 9th one to say, yes, he's our vendor. So you give him a date. And if he can't, then you can take that step. But otherwise, you're wasting a whole month to have one person say, here's a date I can do.
Do you have a date in mind?
But obviously, I would want to do after the holidays.
Yeah.
January 15th.
I'm in-ish. I'm going to call this BP Grant Workshop.
So I'm tentative that week, but if we can put it down and I'll do my best.
If there's a better day, I'm open. I just picked a day that I'm available. January.
So we have a commission meeting the week before. How about if you do it the week after the 15th?
22nd?
The 22nd.
I'm out of town. We'll do the 15th. Let's do the 15th. Make it work. Can we put it down for the 15th for a workshop? That works.
And may I suggest that you,
Kidding.
FERDAP is certainly going to be a key part of all of that, but should be, I think, Veronica, this is what you're agreeing to as well. It should be a grant conversation.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then from
And-
there, you
and-
see
and
where,
FERDAP is one of the big things that's hanging out there.
Yes.
But it really is more about our strategic plan, our CIP, what do we want, what's available, and maybe, likely, a big one would be something from FERDAP, through FERDAP.
Completely agree. And there's projects within our CIP that have funding
Exactly.
that we could
Yes.
use the funding from that project as matching to not pay the whole way ourselves,
correct.
but we just gotta say, yes, go for this one, go for
Absolutely.
that
I
one.
think that conversation would just lead us into not one project at a time, but this is happening, here are the
Schedule of
deadlines,
projects.
go get it. Yeah, like organize us, yeah. Okay.
And that was the whole point of my other item that we're not getting to is if you don't organize each of these things, and the lobbyist is the other one, I'm sorry, but I'm going to say it, that wasn't not much of a presentation tonight. That was a nothing presentation and for my money, and it's my money. But we gained nothing from that. We need the exact, what we just described for grants needs to be the exact same thing that has to happen every year for lobbyists. Or you're going to not get what you want, or you're not going to get anything at all, or you'll get something. But you need to have intent. And what you're saying is intent for grants, intent for lobbyists, and intent for other revenue sources as well. We're allowed to go ask people for money. I'm with Biscayne Park. We would like your business to give us $5,000 to put up dog watering stations, and you get your name put on it. Make the check payable too. Intent. A plan, what do we want to go after? Maybe that should be part of the same, that workshop that we just scheduled could be, and who else do we chase down for money? Okay, here are some grant things, but there's something else in here. Let's pick one thing. Sorry, Jonathan, I just kind of did my item without being called on.
Well, it's
Maybe,
bigger conversation.
yeah, it's a revenue conversation, right?
Yeah.
And maybe there's one thing in the CIP that we say, you know what? We have the grant writer chasing these things down. We have the lobbyist going to work on these things. And here's something, it's probably not going to happen unless we try to take a swing at it another way. Let's pick something little and try to make something happen on our own. Go ask people for money, get private funding for stuff. You can absolutely do that. And you get the right people going to talk to people and you put together a nice presentation, you can talk people out of their money. They'll be happy to do it for sponsorships and other things as well. So I think the conversation could be sort of a multi-headed conversation. It's about revenue, but clearly focused on the grants.
Yeah.
Because there's deadlines.
Certainly.
It's not a deadline to go knock on someone's door and ask them for money.
So we got it on the calendar. All right, we got a couple of other items that we're going to request to be placed on the next agenda. 12I now. Do you want to roll that over, Mac, or do we want to kind of include that in the workshop?
The legislative priorities?
The-
Oh, the alternative
revenue
revenue sources? I kind of just said it, so there
Okay,
it is.
that's fine.
Lump it all in there together.
So I have, what's up?
In the discussion of the interim, what do we need that for?
Well, it was priorities for the interim manager, so we can put it on January, and we can make it, these are items that we haven't gotten to, we'll replace, ask that they are placed on the next agenda item, and if we want, whoever sponsors them, if they want to pull them before that meeting, then they certainly can do that. But the items that we did not get to that I have are 12L.
Name them, please, because I renumbered them.
Sorry, discussion on interim manager, 12L. 13B, discussion on traffic update, 13C, village motto, and 13D, building department. Those are the four that I have, notwithstanding the withdrawn items.
Could I ask you guys a personal favor? In the case that the next meeting would be my last, I'm not saying it's going to be, but it might be, could we make sure we get to the village motto conversation?
Sure.
I feel like, it's the final little cherry on top of our strategic plan, and it's kind of like the bing that we should be using for everything, and it could be an easy conversation about what that could look like.
Yeah,
Can we
certainly.
please get to that as my personal little pet project? I would appreciate that.
Sure. So those are the items, Madam Clerk, that I have, if you wouldn't mind rolling those over to the January agenda. And having said that, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thanks, everyone. We crushed.
Did all that? Here, take these home.
Debate.
Been a crazy year with my So now things kind of